There we go. Hello, YouTube. Got another stream for you today. It's stream number 3 in Spirit of Justice, the latest mainline Ace Attorney game, as we stated before. Still wild that this is the latest mainline Ace Attorney game. It's been 10 years. Hopefully Capcom announces an Ace Attorney 7 soon. That'd be nice. They did release that Pragmata game the other day. Apparently it's pretty good, from what I've heard. Maybe they'll decide, hey, we'll make a 7th one. Maybe. Maybe. One can hope. Yeah, we reached the end of the first investigation phase. We're in the first trial phase. So let's do this, chat. Let's do this. Maya's been arrested again. I know, shocker. I swear this is like the most popular ship in the Ace Attorney freaking series is Maya plus a jail Maya X jail cell. Also I've been mispronouncing the Karayan. I think it's Karayan. But, you know, I'll try my best to pronounce this properly. Still probably not going to. It's all like foreign freaking names and shit, so, you know. I will try my best. I will try my best and be above the rest. May 11th, 9:40 AM, High Court of Karayan. Accused, lobby. I wasn't able to find any conclusive evidence yesterday, but if I could figure out Lady Kira's motive for threatening the High Priest, then maybe. Nick, today don't look so down, Maya. I'm going to defend you with everything I've got. You would do well to cease this insanity while you still can. As I said yesterday, I'm going to defend my client in court. Well, know this. You shall not witness a miracle of the sort that occurred last time. The moment she is found guilty, you too will be found guilty of abetting the accused. I never claimed to be a miracle maker, but I am good at discovering the truth. And unlike miracles, the truth is always waiting to be found. The truth, you say? Humph. Then it seems you have chosen your fate. This shall be your very last trial. Are you sure about that? Nick. I'm going to prove you innocent, Maya. You'll see. After all, you have to introduce the plumed Punisher, warrior of Neo Twilight Realm, to the folks back home, right? Right! I may be a defendant this time. But you've always been a defendant. But I'll be by your side like always, Nick. Thanks, Maya. This place is tough on lawyers. I'll need all the help I can get. Plus, it's always good to have you on the team. But she's not on the team. Well, it's time. Let's go! Well, she's kind of on the team, but she's not really on the team. May 11th, High Court of Karayan. Court is now in session. All rise, chap. We must all stand up. All rise. Let the trial of Maya Fey begin. The defense is ready, Your Majesty. You again, Nayuta. Huh? He's doing like the symbol again. Quiet, can't you see Prosecutor Sadmadi is absorbed in silent prayer? Great, the trial's barely started and the judge is already mad at me. He's very devout for a prosecutor. Why is the accused standing over there? Oh, well... Your Majesty, in addition to being the accused, she is also my assistant. The accused is your assistant, you say? Very well, then. A criminal does indeed make a fitting partner to a lawyer with a defiled soul. That wasn't very nice. Yeah, well, bad-mouthing lawyers seems to be a custom of sorts here in Karayan. I must say, I am surprised to see you still here in Karayan, Mr. Wright. And even more so to find you in the Hall of Justice once more. I cannot fathom why you would willingly risk your life in yet another trial. The answer is simple, Your Majesty. I am a lawyer and this is what lawyers do. Although to be frank, I'd rather be anywhere but here right now. You could have just said no. Such foolishness! Ah, Prosecutor Samadi, are you ready to begin now? Yes, Your Majesty. The prosecution is ready. Let us begin without further delay. But first, I promise you both this. I will cast your wicked souls into the fires of hell. Thus shall the soul of the victim attain salvation. Ha 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 ha! Splendid! I would expect nothing less of you, Prosecutor Samadi. Please save the victim's soul, Prosecutor Samadi. Punish the wicked lawyer who dares to stop these last rites. I think I'll pass on that whole fire and brimstone deal. But I'm not surprised by your words or stance, considering what Apollo's told me about you. So it was you who instilled that putrid loyalty guile within him. Putrid what? He too must soon face the fires, lest his soul be lost to redemption. But I shall send you on ahead, so that he will not be lonely when he arrives. Sorry, but I'm afraid it won't be that easy. People say I never know when to give up. Nervous, Maya? A little. Feels like it's been ages since we stood side by side like this in court. Too bad I'm the defendant. Don't worry! We haven't lost a case together yet. Well, there's always a first. You're right. Let's give this everything we've got, Nick. Now then, Prosecutor Samadi, would you please explain the case at hand? Of course, Your Majesty. Let us begin the last rites of the victim. Maya Fey has been charged with the crime of murder. The victim of her heinous crime was High Priest Trust in Me. He was conducting the purification rite when he was brutally slain. And the cause of death? Let us review the victim's autopsy report and the crime scene photos, shall we? The cause of death was blood loss from a stab wound delivered to the abdomen. The murder weapon was likely the war-barred dagger which was used in the rite. However, the weapon is yet to be found, but I have found the rewards points, thanks. For the scene was thoroughly searched. A sacred relic used as a tool of murder, the Holy Mother's wrath shall be most severe. The murder itself took place at the height of the purification rite. The accused had donned Lady Kira's sacred robes, and the victim was there to offer prayers as a high priest of Koreanism. During the rite, the victim and accused were the only two at the inner sanctum. Therefore, the only person who could have slain the victim is Maya Fey. I must say, it does cast a great deal of suspicion upon the accused. Indeed. Now then, allow me to submit this diagram of the crime scene as evidence in this case. Inner sanctum diagram. In Koreanism, slaying a priest is a sin most grave and dreadful. As such, Maya Fey's soul shall be plunged into the lowest level of hell. The hell of tickling. Man, I don't know. I guess that could be hell after a while. There she shall be tickled without end for 500 million... Yeah, that would be hell. 500 million years! That is a terrible fate indeed. Would the defense care to respond? Here I thought the lowest level of hell was the hell of back pain. I don't remember killing anyone, and I don't have a dagger or anything like it. As my client stated, she has no memory of the event as described by the prosecution, but more importantly, she had no motive to kill the High Priest in the first place. I thought you might say that. Nevertheless, the meaningless prattle of lawyers is utterly ineffectual here in the Hall of Justice. All will be made clear by her benevolence, Rafa Padmakurain's insights. So it is, and so it shall be. The divination seance reveals the truth for all to see, except for the last time. Here we go again. Bailiff, please show in the royal priestess. Why can't she just influence it, though? It's Princess Rafa! Oh, how beautiful her benevolence looks again today. Glory to the Holy Mother for this blessed day. As popular as ever, I say. Rest assured, good people of Khura'in, I will defeat this murderer and a better. They shall not escape on their freedom express today. What a joy it is to have the royal priestess back in the Hall of Justice. May the Holy Mother grant us her divine favour. Diara Khura'in! She sure looks pleased with herself. Especially for someone who didn't know what a Freedom Express was until yesterday. Is there something stuck to my face, Barbed Head? No, nothing, your benevolence. Now then, your benevolence to divination seance, if you please. Very well. Dana, my robe. I love how she just slides in.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Hey, I didn't need to read that. Oh, here we go again. It's gonna be fake! Found you, faker. She's good at DDR. Probably. Look at those animations. AI could never. Alright, let's see what fucking fakery is shown here. Wingdings, my favorite font. Oh. Wind, footsteps, incense. Pain. Ooh, that could be a swap there. Interesting. The victim's Mitama has spoken. The divination seance is complete. Great, another clearly incriminating seance vision. It could not be any clearer, O foul defense. The accused donned the sacred robes of Lady Kira and then attacked the victim. Oh, how very terrible it must have been. But there's something clearly wrong there, because clearly you saw it there. Also, the height is different. I'm pretty sure there's a difference in height, and also, even if there wasn't a difference in height, how could she get the robes on so fast? Okay. Oh, how very terrible it must have been. These people are idiots. The figure of Lady Kira lit against the dim lantern light. The scent of incense growing ever more potent as she drew near. One can almost sense the horror Abbot in me must have felt. Facts as presented by our benevolence are indisputable. But that wasn't me! Do something, Nick. I'm working on it. That couldn't have been any clearer. Looks like I'm in for another uphill battle. The accused committed this vile act during our ancient tradition, the purification rite. Come to think of it, the Wright's guide explains the multi-part purification rite in detail. The transformation rite, the high priest reads scripture, while the priestess dons the robes of Lady Kira. The rite of water, Lady Kira enters the spring and the high priest purifies her along with a dagger. The rite of fire, the priestess circles the sacred flames to purify her soul. Indeed. It would seem that the murder occurred during the transformation rite. The rite dictates that the high priest stand in front of the spring. Therefore, the accused must have attacked him from the direction of the broken lantern. Well, Barbed Head, would you care to object? Of course, because I know my client is innocent. Heh, so you say. You truly do not know when you are beaten, do you? I managed to pull it off last time with Albie. I'll just have to do it again. You intend to find fault with her benevolence insights yet again? It would seem lawyers are Polkunan creatures indeed. Look at that Polkunan! What exactly is a Polkunan? Someone who's a real piece of work, so to speak. Oh, they call me a piece of shit. Got it. They can call me anything they want. The only thing I care about is uncovering the truth. So, Barbed Head, are you foolish enough to risk your life for your so-called truth? Because my insights are the truth. To deny them is to willingly dig your own grave. But we already did it. Rafer's insight. The victim commenced the purification rite by bowing to the lanterns and reading a sutra. A Kama Sutra? As the first part, the transformation rite ended, he lowered the sutra. Suddenly, he heard the accused approaching footsteps and smelled her incense-laden robes. It was then that the victim felt an intense pain. I believe this is when he was stabbed. As his life's blood spilled over, his vision dimmed till finally he passed from our world. That is everything the victim experienced in his final moments. Dressed in the sacred robes of Lady Kira, the accused rushed the victim head-on. The brutal stabbing she perpetrated could not have been any clearer. Yes, it is plain for all to see. No, it wasn't me! A sudden drowsiness came over me during the transformation rite. I didn't even get a chance to put on Lady Kira's robes. Guess Maya was drugged. You waste our time with such meaningless statements, accused. You cannot explain away the truths revealed by the royal priestess's divine insight. Ugh. How did you end up finding contradictions last time? The deceased's final memories include all 5 senses. Oh, you mean those words that appeared in the pool of souls? It looked to me like the bigger the word, the stronger the sensation was to the victim. Yeah, that's how it looked to me too. The sensations themselves are never wrong, only their interpretations. That's why I tried to point out mistakes in Rafer's insights last time. So there could be contradictions between what Abbott and me felt and her insights. Huh. You got it, and I'm going to find them this time too. Should I check out to point out contradictions in Rafer's insights? Nah, I'm okay. Now I remember how it works. Still. The sensations this time seem to fluctuate more than the ones from Albie's trial, in which case I'd better keep an eye on changes in their intensity too. Okay, time to point out the sensations that contradict the insights. Boom, boom, boom. Wind. Footsteps.
Objection!
The victim supposedly heard the accused's approaching footsteps, but did he really? What nonsense is this? Is it not abundantly clear? No, it's not. Because there is something strange about those footsteps. Strange? Explain yourself, Bobhead! The footsteps are strange because they don't get louder. They're not getting any louder. And why exactly does that matter? Please focus your attention on the incense the victim smelled. The scent grows stronger as the accused approaches. If the accused really had approached the victim, the sound of her footsteps would have grown louder as the scent of incense grew stronger. Ah! Why, that makes perfect sense! How can this be explained, your benevolence? Well, must be a reason.
Objection!
It is as they say. Even a putrid worm of a lawyer will turn. What does that even mean? He's not exactly singing your praises, that's for sure. Still, we cannot discount this information solely on account of its loyalty source. Your benevolence? Perhaps you must listen more carefully to the abbot's mitama. Listen more carefully? What's he talking about? Yes, it would appear so. I shall try to refine the sensation. Refine the sensation? I can more accurately gauge sensations by deepening my communication with a mitama. I didn't know you could do that. Why have we never done this before? By refining a sensation, a clearer picture of the truth can be discovered. Oh, bless me, Tamar, I beseech you. Hear me now and respond to my call. Footsteps. Bells. Footsteps change into bells? What could this mean? Bells? But the only bells at the scene of the crime were... Ah, that jingling must have come from Abbot Imbi's bells. Oh yeah, he had the weights on, didn't he? Oh, you mean those big things he had on his ankles? Well, there you have it. The sound of bells was from the high priest's own footsteps. But that means... If the footsteps belonged to the victim himself, it means it was the victim who was moving, not the accused. The victim was the one who went running toward the broken lantern from the spring. A far cry from what a benevolence's insight would have us believe. Ugh. But why would the victim have approached the accused? Maybe he was trying to defend himself. Please explain? He could have felt threatened by Lady Kira standing there with a dagger. If so, he might have fought to overpower her before she attacked. Still your voices! This is nothing but a theory, and a poor one at that! But be not led astray by this lawyer's obvious postulation.
Objection!
While his insolence is inexcusable, I would ask that you calm yourself, your benevolence. Is that something you would care to say, Prosecutor Savadi? Even if it was Abbot Imbi who moved, it does not negate the accused crime. What do you mean? The accused was likely waiting for the high priest to approach. Ah! And as he neared, she plunged the dagger into him. It is as simple as that. Oh, right. It really doesn't change much, does it? Yes, it is as the prosecutor said. In fact, it is as I meant to say all along as well. Right, and that's why you were so shocked when you first heard it. Understand now, lawyer, that contradiction you conjured up has come to naught. Once I hone my insights, it will vanish like the dying rays of the sun. Interesting. See, the fact that it was Abbot Imbi who moved changes nothing. Ah, come on, Phoenix, you gotta keep your cool. That contradiction I pointed out must mean something. That one sensation changed after Princess Rapham refined her vision. It stands to reason that something else might have changed too because of the refinement. I should focus on any sensations that have changed, while searching for more contradictions between them and her insights. When do the things come up? Wind. Bells. Water!
Objection!
Hold it! How do we know the purification rite was performed exactly as it was supposed to be? That's easy. The customs governing the rite are very clear, and Abbot Immi would have adhered to them. Oh, that's strange. Mr. Wright, would you care to explain just what is so strange? Yes, I would ask you to consider the sound of the victim's footsteps. The sound of bells changes to the sound of water at one point, but not the sound of silence. What's this? It's simple. The victim must have stepped in some water. Oh. Yes. And the only source of water in the inner sanctum is the spring. And therein lies the contradiction. What contradiction? I believe the rite started out as it should have. The victim stood with his back to the spring and the accused stood right in front of him. But we now know that the victim then moved into the spring. Pokunka, that is absurd! This means the accused's location differs from what her benevolence's insight indicates. Ugh! Then, where do you propose the accused stood once she donned Lady Kira's robes? Based on the sound of the victor's footsteps, I believe Maya was standing here. It would be the spring.
Take that!
Until this moment, we've all just assumed that Abbot Immi and Miss Fay were standing where they were supposed to be, as shown in this Wright's guide. In short, the victim should have been standing with his back to the spring and the accused in front. However, if that is how they were really standing, he couldn't have stepped into the spring as he approached her. The problem is, the victim did step into the spring. This can only mean that Miss Fay had actually been standing in the water. But if this is true, then the positions would have been completely reversed. Oh shit. Inner sanctum. What is going on here, Miss Fay? Were you really standing in the spring? I'm sorry, but I barely remember anything about the rite. The High Priest would never make such an obvious blunder during a rite. What on earth? Is that even possible? Be that as it may, this does not overturn my insights. Doesn't? Let's say the accused was standing in the spring. So what? So what? This completely reverses their positions is what? That their positions differed from what is customary is rather curious. However, what does that change? It certainly does not erase the accused's brutal crime. It does not. I guess you have a point there. You lawyers are an absurd breed. Never thinking ahead, you cling to the first insignificant contradiction you can muster. Irk. Sounds like Princess Rafer has a pretty good grasp on what lawyers are all about. Oh Maya, where would I be without your brutally frank commentary right now? Is this contradiction really meaningless? Something really doesn't feel right. Did I take a wrong turn somewhere? Albuquerque. I will now amend my insight to account for this new truth. She's just changing the things. Now the contradiction is no more. Well, there still is one, though. But the truth of the matter still stands, no matter how stubbornly you deny it. What do you have to say for yourself now, Mr. Wright? Nick! Your Majesty, this lawyer may have raised a trivial objection, but her benevolence's insights have no further inadequacies of any kind. Yes, so it would seem. Wait a second, but there is another contradiction. Still you flounder about? Wretched beast. Though you rack that putrid brain of yours, nothing worthwhile will come of it. Maya, please tell me you remember something that might help us out here. Sorry, I really don't remember a thing. But now that the place I was standing in has changed, who knows? That alone may cause a new discrepancy with Princess Rafa's insights. And that's right, we now know that Maya was standing in the spring. A major change like that could very well produce a contradiction. I should take another look at the inner sanctum diagram in the court record, and confirm where Maya and Abbot Immi were standing, and then focus on finding any discrepancies between their positions and the insights. Lantern! Wait, what? Go back.
Objection!
The lantern, it was broken. Your benevolence, I found a new contradiction. You did? Humph, no doubt it is but another of your vile attempts to slander my insights. Nope, take a good look at what the victim saw, it just might change your mind. The lantern flame behind the accused was flickering. There is nothing unusual about that, especially as the wind has stirred. No, that's where you're wrong. Because they were all covered, weren't they? Yeah. If the accused had been standing in the spring, and what you see here should be one of the lanterns flanking the statue. I failed to see your point. My point is, something is wrong here. The two lanterns flanking the statue were both outfitted with glass wind guards. And neither lantern's flame should have been flickering in the wind in the first place. You see, it's pretty tickled, Nick. I don't remember saying anything funny. I failed to see what you wish to prove here, but very well. I shall refine the vision and reveal the truth for all to see. Oh, blessed Mitama, I beseech you, fix your sight upon the lantern there. That lantern doesn't have a wind guard on it. And rightly so. But the wind guard was removed to reveal the sacred flame within for the rite of fire. Therefore, there is nothing odd about the flame flickering. Say what? But when we searched the crime scene, those lanterns had their wind guards on. That's because the police put them back on. The sacred flames have burned uninterrupted for hundreds of years, Defense. We cannot risk them being extinguished even during an investigation. That would never fly back home. Well, Barbed Head, are you done quibbling? If so, then it is time to bow down before this testimony of the Mitama. Ugh. Nick, don't worry, Maya, I'm just getting started. Alright, let's go over everything we know so far. Maya was wearing Lady Kira's robes and standing in the spring. The High Priest is thought to have been moving towards her, but I should look for sensations that stand in contradiction to this arrangement. I won't give up! I'm going to find a contradiction that will undermine the accusation against Maya. Really, at this point, it's because the one on the right's not flickering. God, I can't.
Objection!
What could this possibly mean? The lantern clearly contradicts the insight, but this contradiction will overturn the entire case I've been building. Are you alright, Mr. Wright? One minute you shout out and in the next you fall silent. Perhaps it is like the bellow of one who is barreling down a hill with no way of stopping. Is that not right, Prosecutor Samadi? Don't get cold feet now, Phoenix. Even if this overturns the entire case you built so far, the only way is to keep moving forward, because that's where we'll find the truth. Sorry, but I'm not barreling down a hill. In fact, I'm in full control of everything with the indisputable contradiction I found. Is that so? The lantern behind the accused clearly, no, blatantly contradicts your insight. Does it now? One of the lanterns on the entrance side of the inner sanctum was broken, and if you watch what Abbot Inmee saw in his final moments, you'll notice that the lantern behind the praying form in Miss Fey is broken. The lantern behind Lady Kira, however, is still intact. In short, we are seeing two different lanterns in the seance vision. How could this be? And if it were so, how would that contradict my insights? Well, let me start by saying the claim I'm about to raise will overturn the case I've built thus far. Would the defense please explain himself? Based on the broken lantern, we could tell Maya and Abbot Inmee's positions, where the accused and the victim were standing. But did you not just finish asserting that the accused was standing somewhere else? I did, and I built my argument on that faulty premise. But thankfully, it has led us here, to the actual spot where Maya Fey was standing. Oh, did frickin' what's-his-face turn around while he was reading? I must say, if the defense keeps changing its assertions in such a Capricorn! I can't pronounce that word. Capricious manner, its credibility may come into question. I'm willing to take that risk, Your Majesty, because I believe this will be the last time. I'd like to start by pointing out the actual spot where the accused was standing. Very well. Show us where you now believe the accused was actually standing. Based on the location of the broken lantern, where was Maya really standing? Where she originally was pointed, right?
Take that!
I wasn't thinking straight before, but now it's all falling into place. We know the victim had stepped into the spring. That means Maya Fey had to have been standing in the water as he approached. However, his memory, which has only now become clear, reveals that Miss Fey was standing by the side of the broken lantern. In other words, as it originally was, she was standing where she was supposed to be according to custom. Does that not bring us back to the very beginning? No. This is where things take a different turn, and I mean that literally. The victim had to have been moving towards the spring. That means that while he was moving, he had his back turned toward the accused. What's this? Do you mean to say the victim turned around during the rite? But such an image appears nowhere in the seance vision. Actually, it does appear. It's just that no one noticed it till now. No one noticed? How could no one have noticed something so big? It was when he was reading. Yep. There was a moment when the scripture the victim was holding was all we could see. Thanks to that, none of us could tell that he was in fact turning around in that moment.
Objection.
Gonna say it's conjecture. If it is as the defense asserts, then her benevolence insights no longer make sense. How do you intend to explain that?
Objection.
I don't need to explain anything, because it's just as you said, Prosecutor Samari. Her benevolence insights don't make any sense because they contain a huge error. Such insolence! A huge error, you say? Do explain. The huge error is the number of people there. I believe this is what happened at the scene of the crime. The victim was reading a sutra when suddenly he sensed someone behind him. He immediately looked back to see someone dressed as Lady Kira standing there. Wishing to see who it was, he approached the robed figure. That's when he was stabbed! This cannot be! Oh, but it can, and it is. The insight stating the accused stabbed the victim is wrong. And that is the real truth lying behind this testimony of the dead. Huh. 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 Hong Kong! According to the captions, I said Hong Kong. Are you suggesting that there was someone else at the scene of the crime? Have I misunderstood the voice of the Mitama yet again? This cannot be! Phew, that was a close one. I managed to divine the true meaning behind the seance vision somehow. I should add these new facts to the court record. And yet somehow this won't be the truth. Your benevolence, please allow me to take it from here. I will overturn the brash accusations of this faithless, putrid-minded lawyer. Yes, I shall place my trust in you. Are you sure about this, Prosecutor Samadi? My work as an international prosecutor has taken me to courtrooms around the world. And in that time, I have learned to perform last rites for souls in trials lacking a seance. Yes, of course. Forgive my ludicrous inquiry. Moreover, I have with me a forensic investigator from overseas. I will show you all the most magnificent last rites ever seen. I guess he really does think highly of Emma and her forensic expertise. I'm impressed that he's come to understand their value. Then again, he is an international prosecutor who's solved tough cases around the world. Time to hunker down, huh? Now then, let us continue with today's proceedings. Could the defense please tell us who the third party dressed as Lady Kira was? Your new claim has negated the insights of the royal priestess, so I trust you have some evidence to support it, correct? Yes, of course. This third party must have really wanted to kill the High Priest. I might be able to identify who it was if I had evidence of their murderous intent. Well, we're waiting, Mr. Wright. The evidence that can reveal the identity of the third party is this.
Take that!
Take that! My favourite band. 3 days before the purification rite, the victim received a warning letter from an unidentified individual. He did? Whoever sent it clearly meant to threaten the High Priest. The letter said... What was it? Fucking, don't dead, open inside. The letter said do not perform the rite, but the rite went on as scheduled. I believe that is why the High Priest was murdered. Who do you suppose sent that letter? A person with something to hide, the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira herself. Peace! I don't understand. I had heard the Lady Kira that has been in the news of late only hunted rebels. If so, why would she have killed the High Priest? Excellent question. Maybe it would help to think of it this way. What if the High Priest had secretly been a rebel? The High Priest? He couldn't possibly have been a rebel! High Priest? A devout follower of Koreanism? A rebel? Do you even comprehend the blasphemy of which you speak? Well, do you? I too found it hard to believe at first. As I continued my investigation, it started to become more and more plausible.
Objection.
The third party was the rebel hunting Lady Kira, and the High Priest was a rebel? Your mockery of Koreanism, no. Of the kingdom of Korean itself, knows no bounds. Whoops. That shameless Polkunan lawyer is making a mockery of our religion. As a faithful Koreanist, I take issue with these claims, and I am loath to admit them into today's proceedings. I don't like where this is going. The defense's claims are but vile blasphemy, tantamount to spitting on the Holy Mother. Is it really that big of a deal, Maya? Abbot Inmi was a distinguished monk and very well respected too, so... yeah. Please don't let this turn into an international incident! But fear not, good people of Korean. The rantings of this putrid-brained lawyer who seeks to sully the soul of the deceased shall come to no avail once I conclude these last rites. Clap. Prosecution's assertion that the accused killed the victim remains unchanged. But the victim was stabbed in his abdomen. How is that possible when he had his back turned towards Miss Faye? Someone else must have killed him.
Objection.
Are you sure about that? You may have invalidated the seance, but do not let it go to your putrid head. The karmic flow of this trial is as yet still in my hands. How can you be so confident? Something has occurred to me, you see. And your allegations of a third party are but a deluded fantasy. And I shall prove that by calling a new witness to the stand. An eyewitness who will deliver a definitive answer that will dispel the defense's doubts. An eyewitness? Very well, let us call this eyewitness to the stand. Ooh, excuse me, champ, sorry. Oh, is it who I think it is? Sure is. God, I got hiccups. Oh, jeez. It's him again! Well, now, he has to be the shaggiest witness I have ever laid eyes upon. Please state your name and occupation. Oh, I'm, you know, that so-and-so, whatchamacallit. Motherfucker's doing a jutsu. Anonymous. TBD. His name is Anonymous, of course it is. Is he Legion? At least that's what they've been calling me. TBD, as in to be determined? Can't you just tell us your real name? The witness has suffered a blow to the head, rendering him amnesiac. Therefore, I named him Anonymous TBD in my report, but he thinks TBD is part of his name.
Objection.
You're letting an amnesiac testify? No fear, I've already questioned him at length. While it is true he has utterly forgotten his name and past, his memory of what he witnessed is still very much intact. Considering the dearth of information, any new knowledge may be of help. Therefore, I will permit his testimony. Now, Mr. Imus, please tell us what you saw. Dun dun dun. The night of the murder. That night I was up at the top of Mount Pony Pony, the mountain next to the inner sanctum. I hate crowds, so I climbed up there to pray in peace. I know it's a no-no, but since there was no one around, I used my binoculars to spy on the right at the inner sanctum. That's when I saw the accused stab the high priest with a dagger. There's no way you saw Miss Face stab the victim with a dagger. I swear I don't know what he's talking about, or don't remember at any rate. Mount Pony Pony. The beautiful mountain that is also known as the Little Sanctum. They must be talking about that smaller mountain from the poster. Oh, yeah. Stiff. Mr. Emus, I was wondering, what can I do you for? The inner sanctum lies at a high elevation where clouds and fog can obscure the view. Are you sure you were able to see what happened from the mountaintop next to it? Good point. His Majesty raises an excellent question. Well, Mr. Imus? On the day of the rite, there wasn't a cloud in the sky. I had a perfect view. If you don't believe me, check the weather forecast in the paper that day. Nick, don't we have the newspaper for that day? Yeah, let's take a look. Calm, clear skies. It does say calm, clear skies, doesn't it? See, told you so. Well, it would appear the witness has offered testimony worth hearing. Mr. Imus, I too have a question for you. Didn't he already question the witness? Well, that's what I'm here for, right? Shoot! How was the accused holding the dagger? Was she holding it underhanded, its blade protruding from the bottom of her hand? Yep, I believe she was. It's called a reverse grip. Ah, I thought as much. Hold it right there. What bearing does that have on this case? Cease your interruptions, you putrid-headed lawyer. Do you not see the significance in how the blade was held? Why don't you enlighten me, O unenlightened one? I knew you were a fool. I can already picture you in your next life. Next life? Yes, after your soul writhes for centuries in the pits of hell. You shall be reborn as a witless sea urchin with barbs limited to your posterior. You shall live a short, inconsequential life only to be brutally devoured by a sea otter. That was a bit excessive. I simply asked what the dagger grip had to do with the case. Now pay attention! How the accused held the dagger is of vital importance. With such information, we can infer exactly what actions she took. You were saying that the victim was killed while he had his back to the accused. Is that correct? Yes. As such, the accused's dagger grip tells us something very important. The accused approached the victim from behind, swung her arms around him, and plunged the dagger deep into his abdomen, using a reverse grip. What? Thus, Mr. Emus's testimony clears up any doubts that might remain. Ha ha ha! And it coincides with her benevolence's insights as well! This is a disaster. I thought I'd blown those insights out of the water, but now they're back to haunt me. Now then, the defense may cross-examine the witness. Well, there's still one thing. Night of the Madar. Madar? I still love how it's called Mount Pony Pony.
Objection!
Objection! Your Majesty! I had my doubts about this bushy bearded witness, but now I know we can't trust him. Well, I mean, he's an amnesiac. I mean, come on. What? You ain't just judging me solely on my bodacious beard, are you? Not at all, Mr. Imus. It's much more than your sketchy appearance. It's your sketchy testimony. It's testimony, you say? Yes, recall how the inner sanctum was that day. Specifically, that it was completely enclosed by the ritual curtain. Ah yes, I believe you're right. The curtain will have completely blocked the witness's view from Mount Pony Pony. Therefore, he couldn't possibly have seen the murder happen. Hoo-ha! Mr. Imus, have you been knowingly making false statements to this court? Hey, you got me! The witness will lower his voice! I didn't actually see the accused herself. I didn't actually see the accused herself. What's that supposed to mean? Let me set the record straight, I beg you! Dude. Of all these fucking people who lie under oath, there's a lot of people that need to be arrested in this fucking series. I saw their shadowy silhouettes projected against the ritual curtain. The figures were created by the light of the full moon on that clear and still night. It was just a shadow, but I could tell it was the accused reverse gripping the dagger. Shadows? That's what you saw? That's right. I could see what was going on by the shadows projected onto the ritual curtain. In the future, Mr. Imus, I would rather you offer up accurate testimony from the start. Forgive me, my main man, Mr. Magistrate. Chalk it up to my fuzzy memory. Though we saw but shadows, it is still valuable testimony. You have to be kidding me. What are we gonna do now, Nick? All I can think of is to look for inconsistencies between the actual Wright and what Mr. Imus said he saw. Now then, the defense may cross-examine the witness once more. You know it. The night of the murder. Amended. Oh, it can't be this Friday already.
Objection!
Objection! You saw silhouettes projected by the moonlight? Sorry, but that's just not possible. What do you mean? How's it not possible that it was totally possible? That's impossible. I think I'm going to need a logically exact translation of that. Let's take a look at this Wright's guide, shall we, Mr. Imus? The Wright is held when the moon is directly over the summit of Mount Pony Pony. Doot, doot, doot. If the moon was shining from the west, any shadows would have been cast eastward. But Mr. Immus was standing to the west of the inner sanctum on Mount Pony Pony. Oh, holy mother! That's right. Our witness here couldn't have seen any shadowy figures on that curtain. No way! Perhaps it was the sacred flames of the lanterns that cast the shadows he saw? I'm afraid not. I inspected them during my investigation, but the flames were too small to cast the crisp, distinct figures Mr. Immus claims to have seen. But I did see those silhouettes! Really? But how could he, Nick? Maybe he was someplace where they were visible. Wait, don't tell me. Your Majesty, if Mr. Immus really did see those shadows, it brings a brand new fact to light. And that would be... The brand new fact that comes to light if Mr. Immus really did see those shadows is... he was somewhere else. He wasn't where he claimed to be at the time of the murder! Doot doot doot. Oh, then where do you propose the witness was? Someplace where he could have seen the shadow figures naturally. Wait, you mean... None of the mountains east of the inner sanctum are close enough for a good view. That leaves only one place he could have clearly seen the shadows from. And where might that be? This is where Mr. Immus was at the time of the murder. The High Priest's home. Yeah, he's just chilling in his house, man. Mr. Immus was at the inner sanctum, just outside the curtain on the east side. That's the only place from which he could have seen the shadowy figures. Hoo-ha! Ugh. Really? Wow, I didn't even think of that. But wasn't the inner sanctum off limits to all but the victim and the accused? And the third party who was there, you mean? I get the feeling that's a subject Prosecutor Salmadi would rather not touch right now. Ah, you mean... That's right, this witness was at the scene of the crime! Which means he is the mysterious third party we saw during the divination seance. He could have been the one who dressed as Lady Kira and killed the High Priest. Googie! Googie! What?
Objection.
I knew that was coming. No one but the two participants were allowed anywhere near the inner sanctum, and the only way up there are the stairs that start down at the Plaza of Devotion. So tell me, how do you propose the witness entered that sacred space? Oh, he must have, I haven't thought that far ahead. The sanctum has sheer cliffs on three sides and a steep towering rock face on the other. No one could have made it there by climbing the faces of those cliffs. His Majesty speaks true. To say Mr. Immus was at such an inaccessible location is but a bit to tarnish his credibility. He's an amnesiac. Is that not right? Right, I wasn't at the inner sanctum. No sir, no how. At least I'm pretty sure I wasn't. Then what about those silhouettes you claim to have seen? I'm starting to think I've been imagining things. What? This is insane! Did that throw his entire thing into the thing? I knew he couldn't trust that lawyer. He's trying to frame the witness. But if he said it was imagining things, then that throws this whole thing out the window. Peace, peace, I say. This is impossible. Unless I can show how he got to the inner sanctum, it just looks like I'm trying to slander Mr. Immus. I believe in you, Nick. Rah, rah, sis boom ba, fight, fight, Phoenix Wright. Let's look at the accused. Has she no shame? What's your problem, lady? Phoenix Wright is very trustworthy, I have you know. Got some nerve for a criminal. I bet that lawyer poisoned her mind. Please, Maya, you're only making it worse. I appreciate the vote of confidence, but it's probably best to keep it to yourself for now. I would advise the defense to think carefully before making any more sudden outbursts. Yes, your Majesty. If I wasn't the bad guy before, I definitely am now. Duh. Now, Mr. Immus, I would like you to think back carefully before you testify next about where you were that night. Alright. I wasn't at the inner sanctum, I promise. I was never at the inner sanctum, I tell ya. That much I'm sure of, even with a fuzzy memory. Besides, it would have been impossible to get there in the first place. Boy, you lawyers sure are scary. I think there is another thing. I guess it might have been impossible for him to get to the inner sanctum like he claims, but now we desist in trying to frame this innocent witness. Yeah, I'd like to see you explain how we got up there. Mr. Wright, is it not time to end these cross-examinations? A moment of desperation leads to 100 million years of torment. It means that each moment a sinner spends struggling to deny their sins, 100 million years of torment are added to their time in hell. Koreanism is the strictest religion ever. And just so you know, you've already accrued 200 million extra years. That's the 5 it started with. That's 700 million years of torment. Sure, what's another 200 million, give or take? Well, it's a big deal to me. I can't keep saying that the witness was there at the inner sanctum, but I can't prove it. The problem is, how am I going to do that? Well, there is another way. Isn't there like a prison at the top?
Hold it!
I wonder if it really was impossible for you to get to the inner sanctum. If you have something to say, just say it. Couldn't there have been another way to get there? A way that wouldn't attract attention? No, there isn't. Which means there is. Perhaps the defense would share its theory with us. I don't even have a wild guess, let alone a theory, though. Trying to reach into my bag of bluffs. Reach the inner sanctum without attracting any attention. Dude, he fell from the sky. Maybe he fell from the sky. Ha 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 ha! The lawyer thinks he's a comedian now. I was wondering what crazy theory you would propose next. Well, defense, let's hear it. Mr. Amos could have, parachuted down. We already know the weather was clear and there was no wind to speak of. Perfect weather for skydiving, I'd say. Now that you have been backed into a corner, your delusions grow ever more delusional. The inner sanctum is on a tiny ledge upon a sheer cliff over 2,000 meters tall. One misstep and the skydiver would soon find himself in the twilight realm. Yeah, I don't care how still the wind was, even I couldn't have made that jump. Wait, what's this building on top of the sacred mountain? That is Royal Penitentiary number 4. Oh right, Princess Rayford mentioned there was a prison up there. How do you get your prisoners up there anyway? By helicopter, but only with authorization from the Minister of Justice. He is the only one who can approve flights that pass over the inner sanctum. Might I also add, defense, that no parachute or any other equipment necessary for skydiving have been found. Are you saying I flew down there by flapping my arms? I may be an incredible dude, but even I'm not capable of that. Ugh, well, please add that statement to your testimony, Mr. Amos. But there was a thing. But maybe you could.
Objection!
Mr. Amos is right. He couldn't have skydived down there without any gear. Well now, finally came around, have you? Now you see that I couldn't have possibly been there at the inner sanctum. Right. If you didn't have any gear, that is. What on earth are you talking about? That overreaction is a dead giveaway that I'm on the right track. Take a look at this piece of evidence. Those are prayer flags, are they not? Yes, but they have been sewn together to create one big banner. A banner that can also function like a parachute. Okunka! People of Korean are so used to seeing prayer flags that the police didn't even think twice about these flags during their investigation. No! This cannot be! The witness landed at the inner sanctum by using these prayer flags as a parachute. Is that not right, Mr. Amos? There's no way out. I'm surrounded! Mr. Amos? All this talk's jogged my memory. I guess I was there at the inner sanctum after all. Ugh! As I suspected, there were 3 people there that night. You did it, Nick. You weren't wrong after all. Thanks. Mr. Imus! You were the one disguised as Lady Kira that night, weren't you? What? No way, no how! It's like this. Oh yeah! I was only there at the Inner Sanctum by accident. By accident? Exactly. And that thing's not a parachute. It's a homemade paraglider. A paraglider? Are you telling me you could fly using that patchwork mess of material? It may not look like much, but it's as sturdy as can be. I rode the wind like an eagle, going higher and higher from my earthly launching point. But then something happened that forced me to land at the Inner Sanctum. So you just happened to land there? You expect me to believe that? Now, please calm yourself, Mr. Wright. However, the fact that the witness was at the Inner Sanctum is crucial testimony indeed. And it certainly warrants further explication. Why couldn't you just say explanation? Therefore, let's continue with more testimony. Why I was at the Inner Sanctum, I already know the contradiction. He talks about the wind, and there was no wind. That evening, I was enjoying a trek through the night sky with my homemade paraglider, but just as Mount Pony Pony was drawing near, something terrible happened. An accident forced me to make an emergency landing at the Inner Sanctum. As I landed, I banged my head, causing me to lose my memory. So you see, I ended up at the Inner Sanctum purely by accident. Mr. Imus, you failed to mention any of this during your pre-trial questioning. Can't be helped, I mean, I'm just remembering it now. Continue such slipshod testimony and you will be cast into the hell of hangnails. Ooh. Where you shall have hangnails grown and ripped out for 800 million years. Hoo-ah! I think I'll pass on that. Looks like that caught Prosecutor Samadi off guard. I'm not small. Mildly gay, maybe. They're not small. But hello. It's my chance to rip his case to shreds. Aha! Why I was at the Inner Sanctum. Dude, double thumbs up.
Hold it!
What exactly was this accident you had? Oh, good question. And what was it again? Wind? Oh yeah, it was the wind, yep. And not just any wind, but a sudden gale force wind made me lose control. The wind was strong enough to make you lose control. Not music. Music did not make him lose control. You got that right. Okay then, please add that to your testimony. Aha, get fucked. Gale force winds came out of nowhere, but we already mentioned that the freaking weather was clear. We have a saying in my country, Mr. Imus. From one lie sprouts another. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? It means someone caught lying will lie again in an attempt to conceal their first lie. In other words, this current testimony is just a blatant lie you're telling to cover your tracks. What did you just say? You claim gale force winds caused you to lose control, but this newspaper has the weather report for the day of the murder. It says, the area around the Inner Sanctum will enjoy calm, clear skies today. Bold conquer! Why, I do believe it does say that. From one lie sprouts another. That makes sense, but is it really a saying back home? I've never heard of it. Yeah, I kind of made that one up. For real? It should be a saying, though. Your Majesty! The witness's testimony contains another flaw, one that's even more fatal to his cause. More fatal, you say? Vance will explain himself at once. Mr. Imus claims he was flying up around the Inner Sanctum with his paraglider, but it would have been impossible to get all the way up there without any wind. Why, yes, I believe you're right. But we know the witness was at the Inner Sanctum, so... Mr. Imus, how did you get there? And from where? Why is he not saying anything? This is perjury! Without any wind, he couldn't have flown up there from the bottom of the mountain. Or was it like obstruction of justice? I guess it's obstruction of justice. By process of elimination, the only starting point that makes any sense is... Your Majesty, I believe I have the answer to your question. To reach the Inner Sanctum, Mr. Imus must have launched himself from here. Clearly from the mountains in the background.
Take that!
Hoo-ha! Are you insane? That's where he came from? If he couldn't have come from below, the only other option is from above. So you see, Anonymous came down from Royal Penitentiary number 4. From there he could have easily reached the Inner Sanctum by parachute. And that means he might have also killed the High Priest! What? Mr. Imus, were you the third party at the Inner Sanctum? And the one behind the warning to halt the Wright that the victim received? Was it you we saw in his final memory? Are you the rebel hunter Lady Kira? Oh, ah! Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sir, help me out here. You did it! You finally left him speechless. Aw, come on, Mr. Prosecutor, man. Quiet, you fool. You should use this time to prepare yourself for what is to come. For a fate far worse than hangnail hell awaits you now. I love his poses. Well done, defense. I must concede this point to you. The witness did in fact ascend to the Inner Sanctum from Royal Penitentiary number 4. Huh? He didn't even put up a fight this time. That's awfully generous of him. But if you are as perceptive as you seem, then surely you've already figured out the riddle. The riddle of Anonymous's true identity. Oh, his true identity? I'm not sure I know quite yet, but I guess I'll have to answer with something. It would seem I am the only one still in the dark here. Would the defense care to enlighten me? Who is this man we've been calling Anonymous? He is Legion. The witness's true identity is... maybe the wanted poster, right? That guy. Is this really him? Only now do you realise the truth. Well, please do share with us your belated insight. What's wrong, Nick? Why are you holding back? Because this isn't going to be very helpful to our case. Really? Are you sure? Unfortunately, I've got no other choice. That scruffy bearded shaggy mane completely threw me off. But it's all becoming clear now. The nighttime base jump from the mountaintop prison. The precision landing at the Inner Sanctum using only a homemade parachute. Only a paratrooper, or more precisely a former paratrooper, could have pulled that off. This witness is That's a rebel! Prison escapee and key member of Dirk's rebel group. What? Aha! The witness is an escaped prisoner? Precisely. The police have been scouring every corner of the city to no avail. Meanwhile, here he was under our noses the entire time. Aha! Didn't think anyone would see through my clever disguise. Hehehe, but the witness's charade is not all that has been shattered. Is it, defense? Boy, do I hate this guy. Please recall the defense's own words. Whoever sent it clearly meant to threaten the High Priest. The letter said, do not perform the rite. But the rite went on as scheduled. I believe that is why the High Priest was murdered. Who do you suppose sent that letter? The person was summoning the Hide. The rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira herself. He claimed that the real killer was a rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira. Yeah, and what's your point? He's a rebel. Well, the witness's true identity. Only a paratrooper, or more precisely a former paratrooper, could have pulled that off. This witness is That's a rebel, prison escapee and key member of Dirk's rebel group. Why would he hunt his own kind? Oh no. He is a rebel and an escaped prisoner. He could not possibly have been Lady Kira, mortal enemy of the rebels. No! Now, perhaps the witness will enlighten us to the truth. After all, he has yet to refute any of this. Oh ha! You got me. I'm the razor-sharp fangs of the defiant dragons. That's a rebel! When did you get your memory back? Oh, around the time you guys were talking about there being no wind. But you gotta give me credit for making up all that testimony at the top of my head. Are you prepared to tell us the truth now? Well, it's true I parachuted down to the inner sanctum, but I banged my head on impact and ended up unconscious outside the ritual curtain. In short, all my eyewitness testimony was a big fat lie. A big fat lie? Oh, and by the way, long time no see, UT. Wait, they know each other? Your Majesty? This filthy rebel belongs in a jail cell. Oh, yes, of course. Bailiff, seize them at once. Means you really have forgotten the will of the dragon, huh, UT? But I haven't, and no dogs of the Garan regime are gonna lay a finger on me. Leop! And he's out. Clap. I like we can stop the music. Deploy all available resources. I want all units placed on high alert. The escaped prisoner escaped again. The police force has been placed on high alert. He will be caught before long. An escaped prisoner who's escaped the law again after giving a ton of false testimony. Talk about a troublemaker. He already pulled a number on all of us. What's the point of all that anyway? Well, I can't help but feel that entire episode was an enormous waste of time. Your Majesty, perhaps it was not as great as a waste as you might believe. What makes you say that, Prosecutor Samadi? That's a rebel dropped something as he made his escape from these halls. That scrap of paper looks awfully familiar. These appear to be direct orders from Dirk. From Dirk, the rebel leader? Oh, but we only have a small corner of it. Wait, I remember now. Your Majesty, I've seen that scrap of paper before. Have? Bloodstained letter. The scrap of paper that a rebel dropped is a part of this.
Take that!
And this is... I found at the scene of the crime. It appears to be a copy of the order that Mr. Rebel dropped. If we put the two together, we should be able to read what the order says. Oh my, and just what does it say, Mr. Wright? Hey, I can't read that, man. I can't read Wingdings. I can't read Kuranese. Ryanese. Prosecutor Samadi, if you please. The ignorant lawyer has not bothered to learn our language? Very well then. I do not understand. Well, what does it say? Using the lamplights as a landmark, he was to parachute down to the inner sanctum. Upon the rite's completion, he was to don Lady Kira's robes and make his escape. What? That is how he was to escape from prison? If I were to assume that Mr. Rebel was the one who killed the High Priest, then maybe it was because Abbot Inmi tried to thwart his escape plan? Oh, foul lawyer. I'm afraid that is simply ludicrous. Luda! Huh? But I didn't say anything. Did he just read my mind? I know how your putrid mind works. Unfortunately for you, however, now that the rebel's escape plan has been revealed, it is clear that Data Rebel is not the High Priest killer. How can you be so sure? Oh, the music. If only you had used that putrid brain of yours every once in a while. Data Rebel's plan could not have worked without the help of a certain individual. What do you mean? And speaking of Abbot Inmi, of course. Had Data Rebel simply donned Lady Kira's robes and made his escape alone, he would have been far too conspicuous, but were he by the High Priest's side... Cut! The faithful citizens praying in the plaza would have had no cause to suspect anything. It is, therefore, unthinkable that Data Rebel was the High Priest's killer. Ugh! So then you're saying the High Priest was a... Oh, I cannot bear to say it. I am afraid it is so. He numbered among the rebels who threaten our kingdom. How could this be? High Priest? A rebel? There must be some kind of mistake. Let it go and move on. Accept the truth, it is the only way. And that goes double for you, Defense. Cease your futile battle now. And why should I? Because I will now put the final nail in the coffin of the accused. Now that we have eliminated Data Rebel from our list of suspects, there is only one person that still remains. The accused, Maya Fey. Hold it right there! Aren't you forgetting something important? Something important? Please do explain, defense. We can't end this trial without looking into the third party. I'm talking about the true identity of the Lady Kira we saw in the seance vision. If that wasn't Data Rebel, then who was it?
Objection.
That matter has already been resolved. It has. What's he talking about? It is maintained from the start. There was no third party in the seance vision.
Objection.
But there was another Lady Kira there besides Maya Fey. We all saw her. What the? I can't do my finger point. Wingdings. Huh! Yag! Taking his blood pressure. It is time to let it go and move on. Your fate has already been sealed, much like your arm. It hardly seems fair. It is quite simple once you consider where the victim and the accused were at the time. If the victim was near the spring with his back to the accused, what would he see ahead? Besides the water itself, there is nothing but the Warbard statue. Precisely. The Lady Kira we saw in the seance is the Warbard statue draped in her sacred robes. No way! The accused wanted the false Lady Kira to appear in the seance vision before she came from behind and stabbed the victim with a dagger in the reverse grip. But why would the accused want to do something like create a false Lady Kira? To show it to the victim as he was being slain? And what reason would the accused have to fool the victim she was about to kill? It was not the victim she was trying to fool. Clap. It was this very core itself. Come again. Suspicion would not fall on the accused if it looked as if another Lady Kira was there. The defense was foolish enough to fall for it and claim it was a third party in disguise. Are you saying I am? It was all a cleverly wicked scheme perpetrated by the accused. A scheme in which she sought to use the seance vision to mislead us. This can't be happening. What a face you are making, defense. I am surprised you are taking this so hard. After all, did I not clearly state a while back that you were chasing after naught but a deluded fantasy? Hehehe, something has occurred to me, you see. And your allegations of a third party are but a deluded fantasy. You're telling me he knew this is how it would turn out all this way back then? And that he was just waiting for the most effective moment to spring it on me? Hehehe, do you understand now? I have had you dancing in the palm of my hand this entire time. It can't be. This is an outrage! You took our royal priestess's sacred divination seance and used it to commit this most foul and despicable murder? No, I did nothing of the sort. Maya, Nick, it's not true. I didn't.
Objection.
Cease this ugly display. Your fate is sealed now that the facts have been exposed. Your Majesty, the time has come to convict this criminal who only seeks to take this sacred hall. Indeed. It seems this trial is over.
Hold it.
Does the defense wish to offer up yet another counter-argument or something? The accused is not the killer. And, here's why... Now what do? I've got nothing! It would appear that the defense has run out of arguments to make. I thought for sure that that rebel was the killer. The only person with a possible motive, the one dressed as Lady Kira, has vanished. And I've got nothing to use against Prosecutor Samadi's argument. Damn it! I can't lose now, not like this. Very well then, I shall now render my verdict. Wait! Please, wait, I'm begging you. It is time to let it go and move on. This trial need not be drawn out any longer. The defense has failed to counter the charge filed by the prosecution. In accordance with the law, I invoke the Defense Culpability Act against the defense. Now then. This court finds the accused, Maya Fey, and the defense, Phoenix Wright, Well, shit. Ah! Wait for it. Wait for it. Your Majesty, please forgive the interruption, but... What is the meaning of this? A body has been found in the Plaza of Devotion, Your Majesty. What's this? A body? What happened now? And we found this sticking out of the victim. Why, that's Lady Kira's warbar dagger. Lady Kira! She has returned from the Twilight Realm once more. She has come to defeat the rebels. Peace! Well, it would seem the dagger that was once lost has now been found. I have one more thing to report, Prosecutor Samadi. Yes? This dagger... It bears the fingerprints of Maya Fey on it. What? But... Why would Maya's prints be on it? I cannot believe it, yet it must be true. Is something the matter, Prosecutor Samadi? This trial has run its course and the accused's guilt has been firmly established. However, it would seem the defense was right about one thing. It was. You claimed that the murder of the Inner Sanctum had been carried out by the rebel hunter masquerading as Lady Kira. I did say something to that effect, but what of it? Prosecutor Samadi, are you suggesting what I think you are? I believe the true identity of the rebel hunter who has been masquerading as Lady Kira is none other than the accused Miss Maya Fey! What? Me? What? How could she... I don't know. Chat, I am confusion. I realise how shocking this must seem. Looking back, however, I now realise there was much that pointed to this fact. The rebel hunting Lady Kira was first sighted about 2 years ago, and the accused first came to our kingdom 2 years ago as well. Why, the timing matches perfectly. But there is more. That warning letter was found in the High Priest's bedroom 3 days before the rite. Despite his house being locked up tight that night. How does that prove anything? It is difficult to believe an intruder could have found a way to enter such a secure house. However, the accused was known to come and go freely there. Mainly to prepare for the purification rite. Abbot Timmy was an important figure with a ton of duties, including training acolytes. He was really kind, even to a foreigner like me. He even invited me over to his house whenever I was between training sessions. Wow, it's all gone horribly wrong. Or has it gone horribly right? I don't know. The accused could have easily left the house unlocked for herself without anyone noticing. No! Well, shit. If we assume that the accused was Lady Kira, that more than establishes her motive for killing the High Priest. Yes, the victim was secretly an insurgent, bent on helping that rebel escape after all. Precisely, that made him a target of Lady Kira's wrath. And after killing the High Priest, she then unleashed her divine justice on another rebel. So it seems the scope of this case has expanded. We now have 2 murders perpetrated by Miss Maya Fey, masquerading as Lady Kira. But how could she do the second one when she's there? If Miss Fey is indeed a serial killer, it would affect the severity of her punishment. In light of this, I believe this second murder must be investigated before we can proceed. As you wish, Your Majesty. Maya Fey, I hereby charge you with this second murder. May your defiled soul feel the weight of your sins. A new murder charge on top of a guilty verdict. It seems the defense will live to see one more day. Talk about hanging on by a thread. Hehehe. Come tomorrow, a far more terrible punishment awaits you. I hereby suspend these proceedings so that the second murder may be investigated. Until the conclusion of this new investigation, this court is adjourned. Man. It's not just one murder, it's 2 murders! How could Maya kill the second one when she was... I don't know. I don't know, I guess we're gonna find out. Wow, shit. May 11th, 1:03 PM, Temple. What do we do now? I can't believe Maya and I were actually found guilty. Bam. This trial need not draw out longer. The defense has failed to counter the charge filed by the prosecution. In accordance with the law, I invoke the Defense Culpability Act against the defense. Yeah, we know it. Like they wanted to make up for lost time after Maya's 2-game absence. So they gave her 2 murder charges. Not just 1, 2. You've been out of the game for so long, we need to give you 2 murder charges. But Mr. Wright! I saw the whole trial. What's going to happen to Miss Maya now? I'm worried about that too. But right now... One more thing to report, Prosecutor Samari. Yes. This dagger. There's fingerprints of my face on it. Alright. Right now, I need to focus on the next trial. Murder of Acolyte Zealot, right? At least the jury's still out on that one, so to speak. The 2 murders are most likely connected. If I can get to the bottom of Acolyte Zealot's murder, it might give me the ammunition I need to overturn Maya's guilty verdict. Let me help you investigate. I want to assist you any way I can. I appreciate it, Albie, but we're talking about a murder. Yeah, but it's going to be hard for a foreigner to investigate this on his own. You have a point there. I wish I knew what to do. Oh, hey, Rafer. Isn't that your benevolence? Princess Rafer? Oh, it is you again. The dead lawyer walking, guilty of abetting a murder under the Defense Culpability Act. Oh, I see she hasn't lost any of her charm. Why the long face? I thought you'd be glad I was found guilty under the DC Act. I am in no mood to take joy in your suffering. For I was unable to defeat you and had to leave the job to others. I failed in my sacred duty as the royal priestess. And I guess that answers my question. What if her seance uncovers the, truth, though? Like, the second one? Have I misunderstood the voice of the Meteor yet again? This cannot be! What's the bet? She does it again in the second one. It actually reveals the truth. All I did was defend my client. Ugh, can't bear to see her looking so sad like this, though. Your benevolence? Your benevolence! Oh, barbed head. I thought you'd already begun your journey to the Twilight Realm. I'm not dead yet! I still have an investigation to do for tomorrow's trial. What's this? Do you mean to say you have not given up yet? That's right. I'm going to prove my innocence tomorrow. But why? Why do you refuse to give up? I cannot fathom such obstinacy. I don't know. Fucking Swahili, man. Investigate all you want, I care not. You really don't mind? But aren't you worried that a lawyer backed into a corner by the DC Act might do something desperate like forge evidence? What's this? If left unsupervised, I'd be free to do whatever I wanted, you know. Oh, you're gaslighting her. Ugh, okay. Now to see if she takes the bait. Yes, I see your point. Barbed head? Yes. I know what happened yesterday. You perpetrated some sort of fraud or other misdeed while I was not watching. Huh? That explains why I misunderstood the voice of the High Priest's soul. Yes, of course, that is the only explanation. I was just trying to cheer her up, now she thinks even less of me. I must not allow you to sully our sacred hall of justice without your misdeeds ever again. Therefore today I will be monitoring your every move once more. I will not fail to spot your misdeeds this time. The moment I see anything out of the ordinary, I will send you straight to prison. And you, boy, do not throw your lot in with this foreign devil. But your benevolence! It's okay, Albie, you don't need to worry about me. I'll be back before you know it. But first, I should probably lighten my load a bit. Albie, would you mind holding on to some evidence for me? Of course not, I'm always glad to help. He has like the bottomless bag, it's fine. Unnecessary evidence unloaded onto Albie. Poor kid. May the Holy Mother's blessings be upon you. He's had the dog on him the entire time. He's got that dog on him. Not in him, on him. Now then, the scene of the crime is the logical place to start. If I recall correctly, the body was found at the Plaza of Devotion. I guess that's where we're going! May 11th, Plaza of Devotion. Yeah, it looks like the police already finished their investigation. Shurepi P. To think someone who would be killed here, a place devoted to prayer. A body outline and flowers? Did someone leave them here in memory of the deceased? And there's something different about the prayer flags today. As the High Priest disciple, Acolyte Zealot was utterly devoted to his training. First a High Priest and now his devoted disciple. IFA will pay for this. As I keep trying to tell you, Myra has nothing to do with any of this. And you can prove this how? What do you think I'm doing here? Gathering dirt and dust for the trial? You and your smart mouth. This is precisely why you and your loyally ilk are so reviled. Hey, Mr. Wright. Hey, it's Emma. Emma, it's that detective from your country again. Eep! It's the princess. You seem displeased I am here. Oh, no. Don't be silly, Mr. Wright. I'm so sorry about what happened to Maya. It's not your fault, Emma. You were just doing your job. If I had just done mine, Mr. Wright. But it's no use crying over spilled milk. Would you mind telling me what you know about the murder? It's do or die in court tomorrow, and I mean that literally. Gladly, I'll help in any way I can. Remember, I have my eyes on the both of you, so see to it that you commit no misdeeds. Of course not! You're talking to a professional here. The incident. Let's see, how about starting with an overview of what happened? Oh! The victim is Pray Zealot. He was the High Priest disciple. His body was discovered around noon today, right after the rite wrapped up. So during the High Priest's murder trial. That's right. Apparently he had been here praying since the day before the rite even started. Talking about serious devotion. Yeah, I bet it lasted a few minutes. Here's a picture of Mr. Zealot's body. Oh my. That dagger in his upper back looks like it would have been particularly painful. Yeah, I think stabbing is usually painful. Thanks, Phoenix. Is that a tattoo on the back of his neck? It's peach-shaped. Oh, it's a butt. Everyone started leaving when the praying was finally done, but the victim remained bent over in prayer, and when they went over to check on him, discovered he was dead, right? If he was killed during the frickin' trial, then why are they accusing Maya? I know that the fingerprints are on there, but you clearly saw Maya was in the fucking courtroom. Yes, the estimated time of death is May 9th, sometime between the start of the rite and the discovery of the High Priest's body. Oh shit, never mind. Never mind, ignore what I said. In other words, we believe the crime took place during the purification rite. And the murder weapon was the same ceremonial dagger that killed the High Priest. Prosecution believes Maya came down the stairs after killing the High Priest, and then stabbed Mr. Zealot with the same dagger. Circumstantial evidence does point to Maya, but what about the cause of death? He apparently died instantly from the dagger that was left thrust into his upper back. Here's the autopsy report. Man. Estimated time of death, you say? How can you know such a thing? I want to know. Well, barbed head, out with it. Oh, so the Princess of the Spirit Medium Kingdom is interested in forensic science. I have no interest in science, forensic or otherwise. Nevertheless, I will someday be queen. As such, it would be wise to know what silly things the common folk believe in. There's nothing silly about it. I'll have you know, even Prosecutor Samadi holds forensic in high regard. Does he? Perhaps I should not underestimate the power of science. I wish some people in the world would come to that conclusion. Though I suppose it is nothing much compared to the divination seance. It really doesn't have an adorable bone in her body. Emma, I think she's actually interested. Would you mind explaining it to her? I guess I have to now. Okay, there are many ways to estimate the time of death. But the most well-known method uses the change in body temperature. Interesting. Body temperature drops at a steady rate from the moment a person dies. That means we can tell how long someone's been dead by measuring their temperature. Canadian looks south of the border. Hey, you know what? I was looking across the Atlantic Ocean when I said that. Don't worry. I see. That was quite enlightening. Barbed head, present your forehead now. What? Why? You feel just a little over 95 degrees. It seems you are not dead yet. Of course I'm not! It was but a jest. After all, you're still the dead lawyer walking. I fail to see the humour in any of this. Were there any witnesses? With so many people here at the plaza, you'd think somebody would have just seen something. You'd think so, wouldn't you? But we haven't found a single witness. How's that even possible? Because everyone was bent over, utterly devoted to prayer, naturally. Oh right, a back-shattering pose that nearly killed me. Still, you'd think someone would have noticed something. I thought so too, but with the monk's scarf he had on, no one could see the dagger in his upper back. I wonder if it wasn't the back pain, but someone actually hit Phoenix from behind. Plus, everyone was so absorbed in prayer they didn't see or hear anything. I can't believe this. What you choose to believe is your choice, but the fact remains there were no witnesses. However, there is one piece of irrefutable evidence. The dagger. Sadly, yes. Ugh. Could you tell me about the murder weapon? The killer used the Warbar dagger, the legendary weapon of Lady Kira. It was discovered impaled in the victim's upper back. The accused's fingerprints were found on the dagger, were they not? Yes, they were. With such irrefutable evidence, there is no questioning the accused's guilt. Not so fast. What about the motive? Maya had no reason to kill Acolyte Zealot. What do the police think about this matter? Maya had no reason to kill Acolyte Zealot. So you say, but let us now hear what the police think about the matter. The police believe Maya is the Lady Kira figure who has been battling the rebels, and since Mr. Zealot was the disciple of the High Priest who turned out to be a rebel, he too was likely a rebel and therefore met the same untimely demise as his teacher. Yes, that is how the police currently view this crime. There is no way Maya is that Lady Kira vigilante. I agree on a personal level, but the police are just going with what today's trial concluded. Ugh! Already blew in court today. Yeah, shit. Time to examine. These flowers are left here in memory of Acolyte Zealot? What are they called? They are known as Namanda, and they are given to express sorrow when a life is lost. It means offering flowers in memory of the dead is a universal practice. This prayer flag looks much newer than the rest. Your benevolence? What does this say here? Dearest wishes of our subjects are written upon these prayer flags. Reading the prayers of others is considered rude, but if you must know, it says, at the usual spot, bring grub, the key too. That is one of the more direct and practical prayers I've ever seen. I wonder if it's even a prayer. There's no blood on the rug. Acolyte Zealot was killed in a prayer pose. With his head bent over like that, the last thing he saw must have been this rug. It is a prayer rug woven by devout monks. May the Holy Mother's blessing be upon his departed soul. It's strange there are no bloodstains, though. Perhaps it was so cold his blood froze, or perhaps it was absorbed by his vestment. And it is pretty cold. Maybe the blood really did just freeze inside his body. Okay. That message on the prayer flag seems a little weird, but I think I've seen everything there is to see around here. You have not found or heard anything of particular worth. Are you ready to give up? No, I'm not calling it quits yet. Does it look like you have any hope of winning, Mr. Wright? Emma? I can't really say at this point. All I know is I have to keep investigating. What are you two sneaks up to? I would advise you to get back to work if you are done here, Detective. Otherwise, I will report you to Prosecutor Sanmadi for dereliction of duty. I'm going! Well, see you later, Mr. Wright. And good luck! I should really pay a visit to everyone and every place connected with this case. Alright, that one. May 11th, High Priest's house. Hello, I'm sorry to bother you again, but... Oh, it's you. Barbed Head! You are not contemplating casting suspicion upon Lady Believe, are you? You lost her beloved husband and now acolyte Zealot, who was like a son to her. Of course I'm not. But since she was close to both victims, I want to hear what she has to say. Very well. Then there's the fact that Lady Kira didn't attack Miss Inmi. Mrs. Inmi, that probably means she isn't a rebel. Is this about poor Puree? Well, I'm sorry, but I don't think I could talk about that right now. But what about Maya? She's innocent. Maya? I heard she was found guilty. First my dear husband, and now Puree? Miss Inmi, you don't really... Mrs. Inmi, you really don't believe that Maya's the killer, do you? I don't know. But that was the verdict, so what else can I believe? What am I to do? The verdict was already reached in your husband's case, but the truth of the matter is yet to be found. How can you be so sure? Because I believe that Maya is innocent. That is all I have right now. My faith in her. So please, help me understand what happened. So you're defending her based solely on faith? Even though you'll be punished for abetting the accused? That's right. Alright then. Your faith has moved me. I will tell you what I can. Are you sure about this, Lady Believe? My lovely wife is also a devout follower of Koreanism. As such, she is not one to make light of another's faith. But if I find that you have lied about your faith in Maya Fey's innocence, I shall curse your entire family and all your disciples for the next 8 generations. Very specific. Hey, leave Athena and Apollo alone, buddy. And Trucy, yeah. How did he forget about Trucy? Bruh. Come on, Phoenix. A photo of the High Priest, his wife, Acolyte Zealot, and Maya. Aww. It's Maya's in it. It must have been taken the day before the rite. I should ask Miss Inmi about it. I think that this would be their final family photo. That no good Maya Fey has some nerve. I mean, here she is posing with the 2 men whom she would soon kill. I beg to differ. I see this photo as proof that she didn't kill them. That smile of hers does not fool me. I sense a deep and abiding malice behind it. I'll prove Maya's smile is the real deal. How did Acolyte Zealot end up living here as your husband's disciple? About 2 years ago, while my husband was at a spiritual retreat in the mountains. He came across parade collapse on the ground. That's when you brought him here. You always want to help those in need, weren't you, dear? Still kind of weird. And he'd been living here ever since? About 2 years ago. Well, that's around the same time Maya arrived in Kharain. Yes, he was born in a poor village and had nowhere to call home. My husband felt pity for the boy, so he took him in as his disciple. But not only as his disciple, he was like a member of our family too. I see. If this is where Acolyte Zealot lived, there might be something I could learn about him lying around here. I mean, I already have. Can I ask you about this photo? Look at this photograph! It was taken during the Feast of Blessings, the day before the rite was held. Feast of Blessings? Dude, that's a lot of, like, salad. Would you mind telling me a little more about it? This photo was taken during the Feast of Blessings. Feast of Blessings? Yes. It is forbidden to eat during the days of the rite, so the day before it's performed, we enjoy dishes full of... that. It looks like ginger, but... gingiel? An herb known to strengthen the body and mind. You loved the ginger-based dishes I make, didn't you, dear? I'd just say ginger at this point. Ginger. I heard you can go 3 days without sleeping after eating some. Yes, but many foreigners don't care for it because of its strong smell. Our customs say that these dishes can only be eaten the day before the purification. It's like durian with a strong smell. I never had durian. I was in Singapore. I never had durian, mainly because... I'm the diabetic. I can't really have too much fruit because of the natural sugars in it. But, I can have some fruit, but not too much fruit. I mean, natural sugars are better than, like, artificial ones, but still. And I didn't have a bit of durian, but I did see durians around, and they did smell. In fact, the hotel I stayed at forbade, like, you carrying durians in. Like, it didn't allow durians. Our customs say these dishes can only be eaten the day before purification rite, and only between noon and 3 PM. That's pretty specific. Is it because the smell is too strong? A very good guess indeed. It is to ensure the smell is gone by the time Lady Kira is welcome the next day. Ah, is it really that strong? So it is durians! Come to think of it, the evening before the murder, an overwhelming odour was all over town. It was like a cross between garlic and mint. After the Feast of Blessings, Puree went over to the plaza I keep calling him Puree as in like tomato puree. Went over to the plaza to begin his supplication. Never thought that would be the last time I would see him. What was Maya doing at the time? Shortly after Puree left, she went to the temple to prepare for the rite. I don't know what she did after that. So, Acolyte Zealot went out to pray the afternoon before the rite? According to the newspaper, on the day before the rite, the plaza was so cold the whole place had iced over. Puree always prayed a lot, far more than anyone I could have ever known. He was a devout young man whose faith was twice as strong as others. I don't know why, but that's kind of intimidating to me. I thought I'd made some progress by now, but I haven't come across any particularly insightful information, even here. You seem disappointed. Missing me? Is there anything else you could tell me? Forgive me, but if I keep thinking about those two any longer... Barbed head! Yes, I understand. Thank you for your help. I'm sorry to have troubled you. We have paid a visit to all the people and places connected with this case. I think it is about time you prepared yourself for the inevitable, don't you? Well, no, I haven't gone everywhere yet. Calm down. May 11th, Detention Center. Maya sure looks tired. Same. I'm so sorry, Maya. I failed to defend you during that trial earlier today. I'm sorry too, Nick. I never meant to get caught up in this whole mess. Even worse, I got you caught up in it too. And you were convicted under that stupid law. Nick, you should really withdraw from this case. Maybe they'll even commute your sentence if you do. I can never abandon you like that. You might not believe me, but I'm going to pull off a win somehow. Not like I don't believe in you, it's just... Don't worry, maybe this extra day in court is a blessing from the Holy Mother. Let's use it to our advantage. We'll turn this trial inside out and upside down, you'll see. Okay. You're awfully quiet, Your Benevolence. It is only a matter of time until your executions are carried out. I simply thought I would allow you to a good talk before you depart from this world. Sorry, but we're not giving up yet, and we won't until the bitter end. There is no need to put on a brave face. Your fates were sealed with today's verdict. Worry not of my FA. Twilight Realm will cleanse the taint from that neophyte practitioner's soul. Then perhaps the Holy Mother may finally forgive her. Wait. Was that her attempt at comforting me? Barbed head, further resistance shall come to naught. Stop your desperate struggle. Accept the judgment that has been passed upon you. And she obviously doesn't know me very well. Then perhaps your sentence will be commuted and... Hold it right there, your benevolence. Why do you always have to be like that? Maya, what are you... What is the matter? I was simply showing some mercy upon your souls. Nick here is risking his life to defend me. And that is why I told you it will come to... No, it won't! Nick is just doing what lawyers are supposed to. He's defending his client no matter what. Enough! There is no place for lawyers in the Hall of Justice. We have the divination seance. But your insights were wrong. Ugh. Oh boy, that's gotta hurt. Don't you get it? Errors are bound to happen if your insights are accepted without question. So I ask you, Royal Priestess, what is your true duty? Do the victim's souls or the Holy Mother herself wish you to judge people in error? Oh, you dare bring our holiness's name into this? You know nothing, you phony baloney. Please, you two, enough already. Sorry, Nick, I got a little carried away. That's not really like me, huh? No, I should be thanking you, Maya. It's good to have you in my corner. How dare you mock me so? You will not get away with this. I was a fool to show you compassion, and to think I could convince you to accept your fate. So struggle all you want in the Hall of Justice tomorrow. You'll receive your just deserts as the scorn of our kingdom is heaped upon you. I can see straight through that contorted smile on your face, you know. She may say these terrible things. It's just the way she was raised, I guess. Alright, the Zealot's murder. Could you try to remember what happened one more time? I've been trying as hard as I can, but I can't remember anything from the middle of the Wright onward. Alright, you suddenly felt sleepy and everything after that's a blank. Even so, I didn't kill anyone, and I'm not the one going around dressed like Lady Kira. Although it is kind of cool to think there's a mysterious female vigilante out there. Right. Alright, were you close to Acolyte Zealot? We met him several times during the meetings about the rides, but I didn't know him very well. He seemed pretty quiet. Didn't you eat together the day before the ride? Oh yeah, we ate this one super stinky dish, but it was actually really good. I wasn't sure I'd like it, but it was love at first bite. Like, you know the salty noodles at Eldoon's Noodles? Oh, Eldoon's Noodles! Hell yeah. It's like if you added garlic and herbs to that and then let it simmer for a really long time. That was more like a hot pot than ramen to me at that point. Now I miss ramen too. So what was Acolyte Zealot like while you were eating? He seemed to be enjoying the food. But as soon as we were done, he left to go pray. And what did you do? Oh, I returned to the temple to prepare for the ride. It coincides with Miss Imi's description of events. Lady Kira's identity. Any idea who might be pretending to be Lady Kira? When the ride started, it was just me and Abbot Inmi. But the seance vision showed a third figure who looked like Lady Kira. I know. Lady Kira. I wish I could have seen her in the flesh. Yeah, let's stay focused on the case, shall we? It was supposed to have been impossible for a third party to enter the inner sanctum. Ah, but what if she came from the sky, you know, like that bushy bearded paratrooper? That mountain would have been no match for Lady Kira's wings. That's from the Plume Punisher TV show, right? How do you know? Because the real Lady Kira doesn't have wings. Ooh, I got it this time. There must be a secret room with a secret door to the inner sanctum. Did you know there are 88 secret Plume Punisher bases here in Karain? Can we please stop talking about the Plume Punisher show for a sec, Maya? I guess so. Keeping it real is much harder than it looks. Sure is. Well, I should get going now. Sorry I wasn't any help. Don't worry, I got this. We'll beat the charges tomorrow and be on the first plane back home before you know it. Then we'll go grab dinner at Eldoon's or your favourite burger joint. You pick. Sounds good. I think I'll get the extra large hamburg steak topping on my salty bowl. Best of both worlds. You have whatever you like. But first, I have to beat the charges. Ah! Almost forgot! What is it? I have a favor to ask. Okay, but why are we whispering? I forgot I left something at the High Priest's house. It's super important. Would you mind getting and holding onto it for me? Sure, so what's this super important thing? In my bag, you'll find a folding book. It's only given to the priestess who performs the rite. It's called the Tome of Secrets. That does sound important. How could you leave something like that just lying around? That explains all the whispering. If Rafer found out, all heck would break loose. Look, it's got Lady Kira's real name written in it, so... Oops! Don't tell anyone I told you that. In fact, just forget I said anything at all. It's supposed to be a secret. Tome of Secrets contains secrets? Imagine that. What are you two whispering about? Oh, nothing. It's just she forgot something, so I told her I'd go get it. You are up to something. I just know it. Thanks, Nick. I'm counting on you. I'm sure you are. Well, you gotta count on me a little longer. I'm gonna go make my lunch now. It's that time. Lunchtime, as they say. But yeah, chat, I'll be back momentarily. Okay. Chat, did you see that blue sky was pretty much down all day yesterday? That was fun. Not such a blue sky over there, huh? Anyway, I should probably go see what's in that bag. May 11th, High Priest house. Hello? Anybody home? No answer. This is in me's probably out right now. Well, I'll just get what I came for. I am watching like a warbard head. You better not steal anything. I would never do something like that. I'm just here to get what Maya asked for. And get on with it. I would if you stopped interrupting me. Is that Shogi? No, that's not Shogi. Is that like Reversey? I guess I can click. This game looks kind of like checkers or chess. You mean to say you've never heard of Kachi Demal? I've heard people describe it as Kuranese chess. Oh, it is chess. It's like shogi then. Two players take turns moving their pieces in a bid to capture the other's king. Not quite. In Kachi Demal, the object is the utter annihilation of your opponent. Furthermore, each piece has a special move that can only be used once per game. Special moves, it sounds like a game right up Maya's alley. Ah, here's Maya's bag. What is that strange patch on her bag? It's a still samurai. He's the hero of an action hero show back in my country. It's actually Maya's favourite show. She's got all sorts of merchandise related to it. I see. It looks strikingly similar to the Plume Punisher. They are similar, but the Still Samurai definitely came first. I see. How interesting. Raven seems genuinely intrigued. There must be a common thread between Plume Punisher and Still Samurai fans. Come to think of it. Didn't Maya mention something about trading with a Plume Punisher fan? But I digress. I better find what she asked me to look for and get going. Let's see here. This must be that Tome of Secrets that Maya was talking about. Oh. Well, Bob Ted, are you finished now? hold on a second. The string around it is coming undone. Whoops! Oh! Ah! You fool! Do not lay eyes upon it! Put it away quickly before we go blind! Relax, my hand just slipped. This is the Tome of Secrets! Are you trying to get us cursed? Lady Kira is liable to swoop down and gouge our eyes out! Alright, this book is related to Lady Kira, isn't it? Hey, Benevolence, would you mind if I ask you some questions? This is not something I would normally speak about to an outsider such as you. Oh, can't you make an exception? If you insist. Nana! What of this folding book? Yes, I see. This very important tome is bestowed upon the priestess in the purification rite. Well, very important. What's written inside? Yes, I see. Really? Is it alright to reveal that? Your benevolence? Patience. The book contains Lady Kira's true name. Her true name? Is a name really that important of a secret? The Coronist priestess, a person's name is one of the most important things to know. What's so important about a name? Without a name, a priestess's voice will fail to reach a person's mitama. It is much like trying to send a letter without the recipient's address. A spirit can only be identified once you know the deceased's face and name. Oh, I get it. It's like when you see someone in a crowd you recognize, but you don't know their name. Makes it impossible to get their attention. Indeed, you must know a spirit's face and true name before you can commune with it. Is this the same for Koreanism's most secret art, one that my mother alone may use? Your queen has a secret art? It is something a foreigner such as you could never hope to guess. Koreanism's spirit channeling is a secret art that can only be performed by the queen. No one else is supposed to be able to do it. I should pretend this is all new to me. Besides, I get the feeling she secretly really wants to tell me all about it. Can you tell me about the secret art of the queen you spoke of? Come again? Oh, sorry, maybe we shouldn't talk about this. It is a secret after all, right? It is the secret art of spirit channeling. But I suppose those words are meaningless to you. I'm surprised how willing you are to tell me about it. A third-rate lawyer could not channel spirits simply by learning of the technique. Third-rate is a bit harsh, I'd even settle for second. What is it? You have the look of a tentacled hag frog upon your face. What the heck is a tentacled hag frog? Spirit channeling. That's where a medium lets a spirit possess her ability to return to our world, right? Well now, I see you have done your homework. She doesn't know. Well, I guess I'll study a bit. She doesn't know. With the power of spirit channeling, one can bring back even the most ancient of spirits. It is quite a magnificent power, is it not? I've never seen a rise lab like this before. I imagine they're pretty shocked when they come back from ancient times. Indeed. A spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death. Even a spirit that is brought back after centuries doesn't sense any gap in time. Between the moment of its death and the moment it is channeled? Yes, and yet it clearly recalls all of the memories it had in life. Thus, even heroes and scholars of I can't pronounce that word. I am having a stroke. Antiquity. There we go. Bloody hell, I had a stroke reading that. Can be channeled and directly learned from. Our queens have also used this power to help the rulers of neighbouring lands seek counsel. That is why we have never been invaded and how we have maintained our unique culture. So spirit channeling is a really effective tool for international politics. It is indeed. And that is why only those with the power to channel spirits may rule our kingdom. But of late, there has been an endless influx of illegal immigrants from neighbouring lands. Ooh, fun. Touchy subject. The fools come seeking the same great power as my mother. Illegal immigrants? Yes, it's becoming quite a problem. Some have lost their way in life and look to Koreanism for their salvation. Among them are also those of dubious nature who have been driven from their own lands. Dubious nature? Driven from their own land? Gasping Pain definitely fit that bill. But they sure weren't treating him like an illegal alien. Can you channel spirits, your benevolence? I am but the royal priestess. There is still much that I must learn. As of now, the divination seance takes me to the very limit of my ability. Though that spiritual power doesn't measure up to Maya's. You were just mocking me in your mind, weren't you? Don't be ridiculous! It is written all over your face, you impudent nincompoop! Divination seance was once one of the most important roles fulfilled by the Queen. That is what my mother taught me when I was little. The Queen can perform the dance of devotion? That'd be a sight to see. Someday I will be a powerful priestess and queen, just like my mother. And a divination seance is a vital part of my training to prepare me for that day. Forgive my ignorance, your benevolence. You shall see. It will not be long before I too master the secret art of spirit channeling. I'll be a magnificent queen, who unites her people for the greater good of Krine. Oh, I see. Spirit channeling is something she really aspires to. I'm going to ace that test and become the next master. After all, I can't let my clan and the other villagers down. It looks like she actually has something in common with Maya. Basically Maya 2.0. Are you quite through now? There are more important things to do than to stand here and talk about spirit channeling. No, that's true. It doesn't have anything to do with this case, as far as I can tell. What does it? If the Queen is a spirit medium, are you about to suggest that my mother was channeling Lady Kira? Ag! I guess she saw that one coming. Lawyers are indeed a witless breed. On the day of the rites, my mother was engaged in other duties at the palace. Of course. My mother is a very busy woman, and the idea itself is preposterous. Do you truly believe the Queen of Korine would personally battle the insurgents? This is precisely what makes you bird rag. Irk! Another dead end, this is bad. Anyway, I need to continue looking for leads, so... Over there, after him, don't let them escape. What is all that racket? What? That escaped prisoner has surfaced here in town? Escaped prisoner? Oh, that's a rebel. You mean that guy with the bushy beard? There is no reason to panic. The police are on his trail. He's no longer a suspect, but he might know something considering he was at the scene of the crime. Let's go take a look. Wait! Did shout to the, like, bison there? Speaking of bison, did you anyone want to see the frickin' Street Fighter trailer for the movie, the new movie? It looks very goofy, but I kind of dig it. I kind of dig the goofy, the goofiness of it. Ow, my aching back! I forgot how badly I injured it. Ow, ow, ow! I need to do some stretching and exercise more when I get back home. Ah, Mr. Wright! That's you again. Huff puff. Hey, Albie. That's a rebel. Have you seen... Ow, ow, ow! Are you alright, sir? 1 second. Wheeze! Have you seen that escaped prisoner around here? Oh, so that's why all those police came rushing over here. I heard them saying something about an escaped prisoner disappearing in this area. He disappeared in this area? He couldn't have taken to the area again, could he? Barbed head! I told you to wait! Too dangerous for you around here, your benevolence. Mr. Arable could be lurking nearby. What sort of princess would I be if all it took was an escaped prisoner to frighten me? Yeah, she's fearless, I'll give her that. I can't be responsible if something happens to you. As long as I'm here, though, I might as well search the area myself. The thing about the original Street Fighter movie is that it was very much a G.I. Joe type plotline, like the cartoon, just far less effective, so I do expect this one to be very knowingly dumb. Hello! Well, there was one good part about the previous movie. Oh, what was his actor's name? It was the last thing he did before he died. The person who played M. Bison. I can't remember his name, though. It was like the last thing he took part in, like, well, one of the last things he took part in before he passed away. If I was an escaped prisoner, where would I hide? I don't know, probably the underground. Oh, there's a fucking manhole cover. There's a manhole over there. Hey, oh. That manhole cover, it's open. Shadoo! It was Tuesday. It's such a famous line. Yeah, very true. A lot of people still use it. Whoa, what is it, Shadoo? Did he sniff out someone or something in the manhole? I wonder. Did Shadoo track Mr. Arable if he had something with the rebels' scent on it? I don't know. I feel like I got something with Mr. Arable's scent on it. Something he might have touched. The flag, right? Here, Shadoo, how about this? I hope it works. Grr. Ruff, ruff! Ruff, ruff. I think he's picked up a scent. Off he goes! You mind if I borrow Shadoo for a bit? By all means. I had no idea you could do this. Yeah, go get him, boy! Ruff, ruff, ruff! Your benevolence, I'm heading down the manhole now. It could be dangerous, so please wait here. Wait! Don't worry, I won't commit any of those misdeeds you're so worried about. That's not what I fear. There may be a vicious insurgent lurking down there. Oh, are you worried about me? No. I was simply wondering why you would go to such lengths in your investigation. After all, if you would simply withdraw from this case, they might commute your sentence. I'm doing this to prove my innocence. But how can you be so sure of the accused's innocence? He has already been found guilty. Don't worry, maybe this extra day in court is a blessing from the Holy Mother. Let's use it to our advantage. We'll turn this trial inside out and upside down, you'll see. Okay. I believe in her. If she says she's innocent, then that means she's innocent. Lawyers must trust in their clients to the bitter end. That's just what we do. You lame brain. Do what you will. I think she's learning. Well, I'm going in. Let's go, Shadoo. Be careful. I agree. Rough, rough. Wait, come back here. It's pitch black down here. I can't see a thing. Wham. Ag! Did I get knocked out? Ugh. Ow, 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 ow. Sure did. Dude, this looks great. What happened? I went down to the manhole and then... Oh, you finally came to. Oh, he looks good. Ah! I remember that face anywhere. He took off his disguise. And that dragon symbol on his armband. That's the mark of the rebels! There can be no mistake, it's him. That's a rebel. That is indeed a rebel, Phoenix. He's got a knife! Yikes! Oh. Sorry, I got a little rough with you back there. Thought you were the cops. Why are you making that face? Hey, want an apple? Ew, I thought he was going to kill me. I'll pass on the apple, but thanks. I don't mind a good apple, but not right now. What is this place? This is the office of my brother-in-arms, Dirk! But right now, we're using it as a rebel safe house. Wait, back up a sec. What kind of office is this exactly? A law office, what else? Really? Dirk used to be a lawyer? Yep, just like you. Oh, all the rebels are lawyers! I love it. I love it. Wow, the lead rebel was a lawyer. That's funny. Yep, just like you. Karai's public enemy number 1 is an ex-lawyer? Didn't see that one coming. But I don't suppose I'll be coming around here anymore. You won't? Are you planning to flee or something? It's just, I want to get out of the rebel business. Ooh. Tired of being hounded by the cops and all that. So I came by today to pick up the last of my stuff. Oh, really? I'm going to sell Dirk's info to the Minister of Justice, then slip out of Karai. Wait a second! You're a key person of interest in this case. You can't go running off like that. Relax, will ya? I'll tell you whatever you need to know. Oh, and sorry about punching your lights out back there. My bad. So, Mr. Lawyer Man, what do you want to know? Tell me about the murders of the High Priest, trust in me and his acolyte Pure Zealot. Sure, I'll tell you whatever I can. Don't know if it'll be much help, though. I mean, I'm not a rebel anymore, so... I don't know how true that really is. High Priest murder. Tell me everything you know about the High Priest's murder. Well, as you know, I don't remember much about that. I banged my head on a rock as soon as I parachuted into the inner sanctum. So when I told you I had nothing to do with this murder, I meant it. Okay, then, where were you when you came to after banging your head? By the time I came to, it was already dawn. I must have been out cold the whole time. So you didn't see the crime happen at all? You got that right. And why did you just say you did when you testified? Oh, about that. Since I don't remember a thing, I was afraid I'd seen suspicious, so I came up with that whole story. Didn't even realise how much trouble his big fat lies caused me. Sorry for the trouble. It was definitely my bad. Doesn't seem very sorry to me. Yeah, he's pointing and laughing at me. So the bottom line is, you were at the scene of the crime, but weren't involved in it? Got it. Dirk, the attorney. So Dirk used to be a lawyer? Yep. He was a force to be reckoned with back when he was still practicing. He was a juggernaut of the law and as mighty as a dragon. He could strike terror to a prosecutor's heart just by glaring at him. People called it his dragon's glare. He even got criminals to confess and pass out with a well-placed glare. You gotta be kidding me. But most important of all, he would never surrender. He'd fight for the accused no matter how the odds were stacked against him. That what you mean by the will of the dragon? Yep, that would be it, actually. Your work in court yesterday was mighty impressive too. You didn't give up, no matter how hard of a beating you took. No one like Dirk, I might add. Oh, thanks. You know, a big part of that beating I took was because of you. Yeah, I guess I got to examine stuff. Oh, I can't even move. What the hell is this? Is this a law book? The dragon mark's been branded into the cover. That's Dirk's law book. Really? The leader of the rebels? That Dirk? That's right. And that mark of the dragon is the emblem of the rebellion. The pages in this one section are really dirty. It must be the section on the Defense Culpability Act. Interesting. He must have done a thorough research on the Defense Culpability Act. He practically wore out the entire section. Dude, can I examine the food? There are bowls and platters of food here. They're still warm, as if it was all recently prepared. You must have a pretty big appetite, Mr. Rebel. Ha 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 ha! Eyes as big as strong as me? Or even bigger appetites, you know? But you just fled from the police. I don't know how you could eat this much after all that excitement. Ah! Sorry if I offended you. First, let's start with an appetizer. Oh, funny. Where's he getting all his apples from? Wanna join me, Mr. Lawyer Man? Got plenty of sewer lizards too. Thanks, but I already ate. My man. Incense and white flowers. The flowers are still fresh. They must have been put here maybe today or yesterday. You put these here, Mr. Arable? Something wrong with flowers? Oh, no, no. It's just a traditional thing here in Wright. Pay it no mind. Did we see those flowers before? This looks like a photo of Dirk and his compatriots. And here's one that looks really old. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Huh. Huh. Things are starting to make sense. I see. I see. Alright. Gotcha. Wow, this was taken about 20 years ago. Those are Dirk's sons. Really? So this is the rebel Dirk in the center? He doesn't look so evil. And both of his sons are kind of familiar. The one on the left is Yuti. Oh, but you know him as Prosecutor Samadi, yeah. Prosecutor Samadi is Dirk's son? There he is! How did you not recognize Apollo? There he is. Yuti was once a rebel too. He used to really respect his old man. Both for his father and as a lawyer. Why did he become a prosecutor? Being a lawyer in this kingdom is the same as signing your own death warrant. On account of the Defense Culpability Act, right? Yeah, that's why Yuti decided to be a prosecutor instead. He wanted to spark a revolution from the inside, so he dove right into the enemy's den. Would never guessed it, looking at him now. You can say that again. Dirk is battling to change Wright's legal system. The will of the dragon spurs him on. We all thought Yuti was taking up the mantle to carry on that will too. We were sure he'd help overthrow Garan one day, but as you've seen, he now uses the law to do her bidding. Dirk's been beside himself, but he no longer carries the will of the dragon in him, huh? I wonder what happened between father and son for it to come to this. What about the other child in the photo? That's Dirk's adopted son, but he's gone back overseas. Oh, adopted. His name's Apollo, yep. Apollo? Wait a second. That bracelet. It really is Apollo! He was a rascal, that one, and his voice could shake the entire room. Imagine he's out there raising high hell somewhere. Yes, I'm sure he's doing just fine. Considering how far he's come, Mr. Arable's description really doesn't do Apollo justice. Ha ha! Good one! Apollo! I've been watching you grow these past 2 years. That's why I know you're ready. Why I know I can leave Trucy in the office to you. I believe in you, Apollo. Thank you. I'll be fine. Everything will be fine. He's a responsible young man now. Never lost that loud voice, though. Well, I gotta start packing. Who knows when they might catch up with me if I don't scram soon. Please, wait. I still need to ask you something. Go ahead, shoot. What are you rebels trying to do? And why were you at the inner sanctum in the first place? Why do I get a feeling I know what's about to happen here? Why were you at the inner sanctum on the day of the murder? Or more precisely, what were you trying to do there? I was trying to escape from prison, that's all. But that high priest was a fool for getting taken in by Dirk. He should have tried hightailing it out of Wright like I'm doing. Yep. God damn it. Cyclops. Ah, Cyclops. Mr. Arable is hiding something, but I won't know exactly what until I can undo the locks. What exactly are you trying to hide, Mr. Arable? I'm not hiding anything. No way, no how. I'll just have to use my Magatama on him then. The music card.
Take that!
That's his plan. I'm going to ask you again. Why were you at the inner sanctum on the day of the murder? Or more precisely, what were you trying to do there? You can keep asking, but the answer's still the same. I was trying to escape from prison, that's all. But that high priest was a fool! He fell for Dirk's line and sold his own country out. Why did he say such things about him? He helped you escape, didn't he? Don't you even care about what happened to him? Nope. I was getting out of the rebellion anyway. He should have opened his eyes. We never stood a chance against the Grand Regime. Hang on. You really believe what you're saying? Didn't the High Priest's death really hurt you on the inside? Like I just said, I couldn't care less about the whole thing. I beg to differ. This wouldn't be here in this room if you didn't feel the thing. Flower, right? Yeah.
Take that!
I heard these flowers are offered in memory of the dead here in Wright. The High Priest's death hit you hard, so you've been grieving here alone, haven't you? Well, hee-ho! Those flowers don't mean anything, it's just a Koreanese way of saying goodbye. Why hide the fact that you're mourning his death? You're reading into this too much. I told you I'm done with the rebellion. I haven't even heard from Dirk or the rest of them for a few days. And tomorrow I'm planning to kiss this kingdom goodbye. No, I know you've been in contact with the other rebels lately. How exactly do you plan on proving that? This piece of evidence ties you to the other rebels.
Take that!
Yeah, they take that at them. I found this prayer flag at the Plaza of Devotion. You wrote a message on it and left it behind for your fellow rebels, didn't you? Gulp. They brought this food for you at your request. So you're lying about leaving the rebels. You're still involved with Dirk and the rest of them, aren't you? Nag! Are you ready to tell me the truth now? Oh, you're good, Mr. Lawyer Man. I admit it, I requested the grub. But I was just taking advantage of them, that's all. What do you mean? With my face plastered all over the place, I couldn't stay out in the open anymore. So I just took advantage of my former comrades for some grub and a place to hide. I was going to kiss this kingdom goodbye tomorrow. I'm not buying it. You're obviously lying. I can tell just by looking at you. The whole white-hot flames of revolution definitely still burn on inside of you. What? That's ridiculous! Those flames burned out a long time ago. This proves that the flame of revolution still burn on inside of you.
Take that!
Dirk's law book? I'm no lawyer, so what's that got to do with me? Look at the mark branded onto the cover. This mark that stands for an unwavering commitment to the revolution. It is Dirk's way of representing the will of the dragon. Yeah, so what of it? You have that same mark on the scarf tied around your left arm. But you wouldn't be wearing that if you were no longer a rebel. I forgot to take it off, that's all. No, as a wanted man, that should have been the first thing you took off. The fact that you haven't hidden that mark yet proves you're still a rebel. Hoo-ha! Think what you want, but you don't know nothing about me. No, you're wrong. You wear your heart and your beliefs right on your sleeve, just like me. And this is what I believe in.
Take that!
Yo, the attorney's badge! When a person's back is against the wall, they always fall back on what they believe in. Just as I always had my badge, you always had the will of the dragon with you. And would you risk your life for your beliefs? No, I wouldn't. No? No, because I wouldn't be much use to my clients dead. Now, admit it. You'd never once thought about leaving the Defiant Dragons, have you? That look in your eyes, it's just like Dirk's. Looks like you got the will of the dragon inside of you too. Yeah. Alright, what was your plan? I had planned to take you out if you turned out to be on the side of the royals. But I think I could trust you. I can't believe I was that close to getting shanked here. It's like you said, I've no intention of leaving Dirk's group. In other words, you were testing me. You're a foreigner, and a lawyer who's been charged with abetting a criminal to boot. And I've seen a fair share of lawyers get pardoned after weeping at the feet of the Queen. Well, I'm gonna keep fighting till the end. Yeah, I can see that now. Sorry I ever doubted you. So what are you doing here anyway? I came to get the secret hideout key from a helper. A secret hideout? Yep. I was supposed to get my next order from Dirk there, but the town's swarming with cops thanks to that murder. Nothing I can do about that. What about the order Dirk was supposed to give you? Gonna have to abort that mission. Now I'm just lying low, waiting for a chance to make contact with Dirk again. Hey, why the long face? I thought you'd be able to tell me something about the High Priest's murder. Sorry to disappoint you. Oh, I know. Let me make it up to you with this. What is it? This orb is actually a key. It opens the door to one of our secret hideouts. I can't say any more than that. Anyway, I hope it helps. It's a fucking Dragon Ball. This orb is a key? Yep. Plus the hideout's in a totally unexpected location. And being that it's super secret, we couldn't just have any ordinary key. I see. Interesting. Maybe this will help me unravel the truth behind this case. Thanks! Don't mention it. Besides, you're a fellow brother-in-arms fighting the powers that be. If it'll help you, feel free to pick my brain a bit more. Everyone's been talking about the return of Lady Kira lately. Well, my friend Maya suspected her of being the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira. You wouldn't happen to know who she really is, though, would you? Beats me, but whoever she is, she bushwhacked me and hauled me off to jail. Even worse, on top of attacking us and delivering us to the cops, she's been watching us like a hawk and framing us for different crimes. Watching you like a hawk? Framing you for crimes? Why would anyone go to all that trouble? Our kingdom likes to pretend that its people are free to think what they want. Because of that, the authorities can't arrest you just for sympathizing with a rebellion, so they resort to framing people for things they didn't do. And that Lady Kira figure is... Yep, she's just some lick spittle working for the Grand regime. Wow. Heh, even without the DC Act, Dirk and his insurgent scum buddies' days are numbered. What's that supposed to mean? Let's just say, I got a little trick up my sleeve, so I'd watch it if I were you. Because you got a defiant attitude, like one of them dragon dupes. So he was talking about Lady Kira then. Advanced combat skills, detailed surveillance, and clever setups. She's no amateur if you ask me. So you're saying the monarchy is using Lady Kira to secretly take out the rebels? Exactly! The Quran regime is using her to control the people, even down to what we think. Why don't the people protest if the monarchy is doing things like that? Unfortunately, we don't have any conclusive evidence. And without that, we can't prove anything. Ugh, I know the feeling. If I bring this up in court, they'd probably dismiss it out of hand. I'll have to unmask Lady Kira if I want to get anywhere. Our goal? To get rid of that evil, no-good Defense Culpability Act. I can tell just by looking at Dirk's law book. The DC Act has turned this kingdom into a corrupt cesspool, where false charges are overlooked and prosecutors are the only ones heard in court. It's been 23 years since it was first enacted. What happened 23 years ago to make them pass such a terrible law? The assassination of Queen Amara. That's where it all began. It happened before I was even born, but Queen Amara, the previous queen, was assassinated. And it was the rebel leader Dirk who did it. Dirk assassinated the former queen, didn't he? That's the official line, but... The official line? Those charges were completely trumped up. Dirk was framed, I'm telling you. He was? Plus, Dirk was a lawyer. Once the people thought a lawyer had killed the queen, they turned against all lawyers. And that's how the DC Act was first passed. That's why there aren't any lawyers left in Khura'in. Even worse, it changed the significance of the divination seance. The significance of the divination seance? They were holding seances in court even before the DC Act? You bet they were! Lawyers and prosecutors used to hotly contest the insights that came out of seances. You mean like what I've been doing? Right. It's like Dirk used to say. The royal priestess's insights are just another piece of evidence. Right. I see what you mean about the significance of the divination seance changing. Yep. The insights became the only truth and arguing against them was banned. Oof. As royal priestess, it is my duty to reveal the truth through the divination seance. This time, I will prove that the insights I glean thereof are the very truth itself. Prepare yourself, for this shall be your last trial, and your last rites. Tomorrow shall end with you under the headsman's axe. From what I've seen, Rafer would agree with that. This kingdom's a shadow of its former self. It's become a dictatorship where the royals use the fear of trumped-up charges to rule! And that's what Dirk's been rebelling against? Yep. All we want is to live in a kingdom with a fair and impartial legal system. And there's only one way to make that come true. Overthrow the current regime! That's the truth behind the rebels. Well, PW, my friend, it's about time for me to get going. After all, I am the fangs of the Defiant Dragons. That's a rebel! You're not gonna do that alley-oop thing again, are you? Oh, I was just getting to that. See you when I see you. Alley-oop! That does bring into question who was doing the seance before Rafer, though. She's only 14, so she didn't exist back then. I would assume it would be like her mother or some shit, right? Or maybe it's someone else. Why does he have to jump like that before running off? Well, I guess we're friends now. But enough about that. I've already spent way too much time here! Crime Bazaar. Hey, where did the dog go? Where did Shadu go? Phew, I finally got out of there. Oh, there's Shadu. Mr. Wright! I'm so glad you're okay. I was so worried about you. Fine. Shadu, what happened to him anyway? He came out of the manhole about 5 minutes after you went in. Sorry, it wasn't much help. Well, did you find anything of worth? Oh, I tripped and fell down there. Must have been out cold for a while. I better keep things to myself for now. I figured as much. I had to find that secret hideout Mr. Arable was talking about. I should probably start with places that have something to do with the High Priest. What, is she gonna follow me around everywhere for this? Well, shit. Not gonna let the spider give testimony? Yes! Let the spider give testimony. Barbed head? You already searched here, did you not? Oh, I just thought I'd look around again, you know, in case I missed something. I probably shouldn't tell her I'm looking for the secret rebel hideout. We have a saying back home, leave no stone unturned. Hmm? Oh, yes. You cannot stump me, I know that one. Actually, I don't have a clue, it's written all over your face. It's a statue of a bird. Guess I'll take a look at it. Rafer said the Queen used to do it. Oh, yeah, that is true, yeah. She did say that. Hey, this eye is missing. What are you doing? You must not touch that for no reason. Oh, sorry. But that shape. I wonder. Dude, she's gonna look at this and be like, what the shit? She's gonna be here. I'm sorry, rebels.
Take that!
I knew it! Oh my god, it's fucking Scooby-Doo. What? You must be at a loss for words, and that doesn't happen too often. What is this place? Explain yourself at once, Barbed Head! I don't think she's ready for the full story. I don't really know much myself, but it seems to be a secret rebel hideout. If I'm shocked there's a secret door here, I imagine that goes double for Rafer. A rebel hideout in the inner sanctum? Somebody will pay for this. Well, for now, I think I'll have a look around. Wait, you must not enter before the police. Don't worry, I won't disturb anything. Or at least I'll try not to. Besides, with you watching over me, it should be fine, right? And, you see... Fine, just please stop pleading your case. I can only stand so much lawyerly drivel. But I will be presenting all information gleaned from your efforts here to the police. Of course! Now shall we? I will go no further. Oh right, you're not supposed to come in contact with the taint of Lady Kira's battles. Very good, Barbed Head. I commend you for remembering. Oh, well thank you. Wait, why am I thanking her? I may not be able to enter, but I will allow no misdeeds on your part. I will be watching you like a warbird from the entrance here. I told you I'm not going to do anything. Oh, I better hurry before she changes her mind. We're going in. And there's an achievement I can get here. May 11th, secret hideout. I believe this to be a sacred space that enshrines the source of the spring water. That makes sense. The rebels must have converted it into a secret hideout. But what about that warbird revolving door? I wonder if that too was originally intended to hide and protect this sacred space. To think those filthy rebels were scheming their schemes in this most sacred space. It is a desecration upon Coriolism itself. The defiant dragons shall pay for this. I suppose it's only natural that she'd be upset, but the investigation must go on. I think I'll start by taking a picture of the place. I think I brought a camera to snap some souvenir shots. Stop that! You must not take photos here without permission. Rafe is really fired up. She's sticking her head in as far as it will go. I guess she won't be tainted as long as she doesn't touch anything. She actually just has a really long neck. Now, to search every nook and cranny. Barbed head! Just because it is hard for me to see your every move, do not use that as an excuse to touch and break things. Heard you the first time, sheesh. How dare those filthy insurgents raise their banner amid such a sacred space? Barbed head, you must burn it at once! Didn't you tell me not to touch or damage anything? This is an exception. Very well, if you'll not do it, then I will. But your benevolence, I thought you're not supposed to come in here. Ugh. For once, the strange customs of this kingdom are working in my favour. There's something under the banner. A microphone? What's this doing here? Was someone trying to record something with it? Okay, I guess it wasn't added to frickin' evidence. Looks like an order from Dirk. What's this? Let me see that. I thought you were not supposed to touch anything in here. This is an exception, hand it over. Let's see here. Oh, holy mother! What? What does it say? It is an order intended for that rebel named Dats. It reads, after the Wright infiltrate the palace under the guise of returning Lady Kira's costume, and search for clues about that incident from 23 years ago. Dirk. 23 years ago? He must mean the assassination of Queen Amara. I wonder what the rebels are up to. It's intriguing and all, but it doesn't seem related to the case at hand. This will not do! I must warn my mother at once. No need to do that! This order will never be carried out. Lady Kira's costume is still here, and Abbot Inmi is no longer able to aid the rebels. I knew that! Okay. Look! What is it, Barbed Head? It's a Plume Punisher clock. Why, I believe it is a limited edition promotional item given to 50 lucky winners of viewers. This rare item plays the Plume Punisher theme song every hour. Hand it over now, Barbed Head. Ah, she snatched it away from me. No matter what she says, Rafer is definitely a huge fan. What a fine item. And this switch, if I'm right. That must be annoying if it plays every hour. The Plume Punisher theme song. Yes, now I see. The insurgents who use this room must be Plume Punisher fans. And that may be so, but I don't see how it's relevant to this case. It's still there, though. A large stone slab. It's shaped like a magatama. Looks rather unstable. I bet it'd tip over in an earthquake. What's that earthy grass-like smell? It is the smell of the moss that covers the stone. Oh, so this shaggy green stuff is moss. It looks like some of the moss about halfway up has been disturbed. I wonder why that is. One quick touch can't hurt, right? Whoa! The slab's starting to wobble! What is happening? What have you done to the sacred space? Nothing! All I did was nudge it a little. I knew it looked unstable, probably best not to touch it again. Is there anything else you would like me to read, Barbhead? Oh, let's see. How about this note? Let me see that. Kunuro, Zabas, Barbar, Yakan, whatever. Wait, this looks familiar. What is it? Some kind of Coronius spell? No, it's a recipe for Coronius curry. I guess the rebels enjoy a home-cooked meal just like everyone else. Hey-oh. A rebellious recipe! What's this? A bloodstain? I should probably try to figure out what happened in here. Do not tamper with any evidence before the police arrive. The police? Oh hey, that reminds me. Emma gave me something just for times like these. The Lumino! I thought that it might help your investigation. Here, it's all yours. I wanted to bring you a bunch of other forensic tools, but they were confiscated at the airport. Luminol testing fluid. This actually might come in handy. Luminol testing fluid glows in reaction to even the tiniest traces of blood. It can even detect areas where blood has been wiped up. It might help us figure out what happened in here. Okay, time for science to do its thing. First, let me put these red-tinted glasses on to see Luminol's glow. This is the Korean counterpart to the investigation call fee we heard back in the stage for the previous case. Oh, hell yeah. Music does slap. Then I just press A whenever I want to spray some of the luminol. Well, it could be the bottom right, where the blood is. Areas where there was blood will react by turning blue. Ooh. This is a huge blood stain. Something big must have happened here. Perhaps the High Priest's blood flowed in there from under the Warbard statue? There was definitely a lot of blood here. But it's impossible to say much else at this point. No, I'll just take a picture for now. Oh right, luminol reactions don't show up in photos. I'll just have to take some notes. That should do it. Yes! Shout out to the red felt tip pen! I didn't notice before, but the bloodstain looks like it was smeared away in one place. Is it because the Warbad revolving door passed over it? Interesting. Yo, another achievement! Wow, 60 gamer score. Having performed every forensic technique at least once in all 3 games. Cool, man. Well, I think that covers about everything here. Oh, hey, what the fuck? Mr. Wright, you should have come in here before the police. Sorry, but I was in a hurry. I didn't do anything I wasn't supposed to. My benevolence can attest to that. It is your fault for being so slow. I expect the police to work faster and more efficiently. Sorry. Well, Bobbed Head, have you not already seen enough? I guess it's about time I got back to the temple and go over everything I've learned. Alright. Temple. May 11th, Temple. Welcome back, Mr. Wright. How'd it go? Unfortunately, I didn't find anything conclusive. No way! I do not understand, Barbed Head. What don't you understand? Why you did not commit any misdeeds during your investigation? After all, lawyers ply their trade primarily through illicit means and methods. What? Who told you that? My mother. Are you saying she was wrong? No, that cannot be. You must have committed some sort of misdeed right under my nose. If that was so, she wasted a whole day following me around. What is it? Prosecutor Samadi has need of me. What's going on? I must go perform a divination seance for Pure Zealot. It is our custom for the prosecution to review its contents before a trial begins. I see. The third time will be the charm. My insights will finally bring you to your knees tomorrow, and I will teach that neophyte practitioner a lesson. Looks like the Royal Priestess is back with a vengeance. She's made a full recovery from when we started the investigation earlier today. I look forward to seeing you in court, your benevolence. Your overconfidence will be your downfall. You will not look so confident when I am finished with you tomorrow. Alright, bye. Actually, I'm not really looking forward to seeing her tomorrow. Especially without any solid evidence. Why don't we go over everything you know so far? Alright. Let's see here. Acolyte Zealot was killed during the riot with Lady Kira's dagger. And Maya's fingerprints were found on it. That doesn't sound very good. I know, it's the very definition of being up a creek without a paddle. The day before his murder, Zealot enjoyed a meal with the High Priest, his wife, and Maya. I also learned about spirit channeling here in Korain. None of that sounds very helpful. Oh, but I did hear something interesting. That the rebel hunting Lady Kira might be working for the Justice Minister. What? Really? Our kingdom is supposed to be ruled through faith and laws. We can't allow the people to be controlled by fear and violence. Albie, that sounds like something a rebel might say. It does. But if that Lady Kira really is one of Ministering's subordinates, that would exonerate Miss Maya. Unfortunately, I have no way of proving it in court. Oh, that's too bad. I almost forgot about the secret rebel hideout we found at the Inner Sanctum. I like how he's very calm about this. There was a bloodstain inside, but I don't know if or how it's connected to this case though. Wow, a secret room at the inner sanctum? That'd be a huge hit with tourists. This kid really is an entrepreneur at heart. What I mean is that hideout could be important to your case. Maybe, but it's still too early to tell. Ugh. Looks like I'm heading into court without any useful evidence. We'll just have to pray something appears during tomorrow's trial. Princess Rafer's divination seance might be my only hope. There could be some new information in it that might help. The divination seance? But I thought it always works against the accused. Not always. Right, it's like Dirk used to say, the royal priestess's insights are just another piece of evidence. Really? I never heard anyone say that before. It's hard to figure you out sometimes, sir. Divination seances work both ways before the Defense Culpability Act. It's only now that the people crying find it strange. Mr. Wright, I just wanted to say, good luck tomorrow. Thanks, I can't afford to lose this next one. Not unless there's a third murder! I've collected all sorts of information, but I haven't even started connecting the dots. If I could do that, I might have a shot at pulling off a win. Rafer's insights will be the deciding factor. A huge gamble, but it's all I got. Trial time. Trial number 2. Save your current progress. You know it. Yes. Let's get this episode done, chat, today. Then tomorrow we can move on to episode 4. May 12th, 9:34 AM, High Court of Kharain, accused lobby. Maya looks exhausted, but I can't blame her. Egg, I was thinking about it all day yesterday. I never properly asked you to defend me, did I? It doesn't matter, I'm on this case till the bitter end. I know. That's why I wanted to officially ask you for your help. You got it, Maya. Let's do this. We gotta wrap this up and get back home so you can make your dream show come true. It's still Samurai versus the Plume Punisher, right? You bet! You look as if you did not sleep last night, Barbed Head. It is written all over your face. How can you expect to put up a respectable defense like that? I'm all fired up and raring to go. I guess Maya's not the only one looking exhausted. Rafer doesn't seem in the best spirits herself. Go ahead, feign confidence now while you are still able. For I will see to it that your last rites are read to you this day. Heh, guess it was just my imagination. Ready, Nick? Okay, Maya, let's head on in. Let's do it. Man, this is a long trial part. High Court of Kharain. Chat, all rise! You must all stand up. Now then, if everyone is ready. Defense is ready, your magistrate. The prosecution is ready. Let us begin without further delay. Oh, no prayers this time, Prosecutor Samadi? I already offered my prayers for the latest victim during my visit to the crime scene, being that the accused has already been found guilty of the first murder. Let us hasten this trial so we may put this dead lawyer walking out of his misery. I cannot agree more. In yesterday's trial, the accused was already found guilty of murdering the High Priest. And today she will be tried for the murder of his disciple, Pure Zealot. Now then, Prosecutor Salmadi, your opening statement, if you would. Certainly! The accused has now slain 2 of the most devout clergymen in Kharanism. Clergymen. Even the lowest level of hell, the hell of tickling, will not be punishment enough. I like the hell of tickling. Then, what a terrible fate awaits her? The hell of sniffing butts. Bal Gilpacon hell, a realm of eternal agony. There she will suffer the endless punishment of Jagar by the Galoon, you're just speaking Swahili, of Pearl Molten. Furthermore, enough! My blood runs cold at the mere thought that such a terrible place exists. I was going to ask for a translation, but on second thought, ignorance is bliss. Now then, please continue, minus the part about the terrible hell awaiting the accused. As you wish. The victim of this heinous crime was the high priest, a disciple, pure zealot. He had been training under the high priest while living at the priest's home. I had met him a number of times, and he seemed like an earnest young man. How tragic that he met such a terrible end. The murder occurred at the Plaza of Devotion during the purification rite. It was a bold crime carried out while the plaza was full of the faithful deep in prayer. Warbar dagger was found impaled in the victim's upper back. The stabbing caused a spinal cord injury that killed him instantly. Ah, the Warbar dagger. Lady Kira's weapon of choice. That's impressive. We have already established that the accused prints were on the weapon. Incredibly damning evidence in itself. No, I didn't do it. Hold your tongue. Now, being that the accused Maya Fate is a serial killer, the prosecution believes that the death penalty is the only possible sentence. Would the defense care to respond? The accused is innocent and nothing can convince me otherwise. After all, the crime scene was packed with worshippers. How could my client possibly have committed this murder without a single witness? The accused's fingerprints on the murder weapon alone is enough to render a verdict. As such, I see no need to debate this any further. But... Well, once her benevolence conducts her seance, it will be clear for all to see. Your Majesty, may I have a word? Is something the matter, Prosecutor somebody? It is about the divination seance. Your benevolence! Stop right there, Prosecutor somebody. As you wish. Forgive me for overstepping my bounds. What was that all about? Barbed head, have you made peace with your fate? For this time, the divination seance will bring you to your knees. I'm ready, and I accept your challenge. The only problem is, I have no weapons at my disposal. Our only hope now is what we can glean from the seance vision and Rafer's insights. Very well. The divination seance, if you please, your benevolence. Yes! Let us begin. Nina! I still love how she slides in and out. It's so funny. It's so good.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Cool! We get to watch her dance again! Time for the DDR! Cool, man. I grabbed something real quick while it's happening. Because, I mean, we've seen it like fucking twice before. Watch the pool at the very end this time. Something's gonna be different. That's what happened. Windows 11 crashed. That's what happened to the pool. Suddenly it's gonna turn red. He stubs a toe. Wait, did nothing happen? Nothing happened. I don't get it. Why wasn't there anything to see? Your benevolence! What in the world? I wasn't able to evoke any sort of response. I called out the spirit's name many times, but to no avail. I wonder if that means the person in question isn't actually dead. Just as I thought. Wait, what's he know that we don't? I had sought to confirm the contents of today's divination seance. After all, it's customary for the prosecutor to verify it beforehand. I have to think of it. I must go perform a divination seance for Pure Zealots. It is our custom for the prosecution to review its contents before a trial begins. And that is why I sought to stop her benevolence from performing it here. However, she insisted that it be done. She wished to try one more time here in the Hall of Justice. It would appear her benevolence is tired from her manifold duties. I am not anything of the sort. The victim's spirit will not answer my call, but I know not why. It is my sacred duty to convey the truth through the divination seance. Rafer. What are we to do without a divination seance? I suppose I shall have to deliver the last rites without them. The prosecution has already taken that into account when preparing for today. I am fully capable of proving the accused's guilt, with or without a divination seance. Ha 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 ha! You never fail to impress, Prosecutor Samadhi. This is bad. Divination seance was my one and only hope. Your Majesty, her benevolence says she isn't tired, so shouldn't we try to find out why the divination seance failed? How curious, Mr. Wright. Why have you suddenly taken such a keen interest in the divination seance? Yes, explain yourself. Divination seance is for shedding light on the accused's crimes. It is the Holy Mother's hammer of wrath that is ever poised to pound you into your grave. You should fear it, not plead for it. I believe in my client. Plus, yesterday somebody told me something that changed my mind. The divination seance was once thought of as just another piece of evidence. If we were to correctly interpret the visions through careful analysis, then they would lead us to the truth behind what really happened. And the truth will show that my client, Maya Fey, is innocent. The truth is, you don't have anything else to fall back on her, Nick. Maya, please, you're not helping. How dare you! The voice of a Mitama is to be feared, not utilized by vile lawyers such as you. Seances exact a heavy toll upon the royal priestess. It would be best not to burden her any further. Or does the defense feel that it can pose no counter-arguments without the seance? No, of course not. Oh, he saw right through me! I want to find a way to make the divination seance happen, or we're toast. Well, since the divination seance is not possible at this time, I see no other choice. Let us proceed with the trial without the seance, as Prosecutor Samadhi suggested. Thank you, Your Majesty. Why, you... I will not forget this barbed head. This will not be the last you see of me. Also, like, did the pool, like, react in, like, the middle of it rather than the end? Like, I saw it, like, react in the middle of it. Usually it does at the end, right? Now then, I will now proceed by providing an outline of the case at hand. Very well. If the lead detective would please come to the stand, we may begin. It's Emma. Sorry, Mr. Wright. Detective Sky, I understand how you would wish to save the accused and the defense. They are your friends, after all. But you must not let them go and move on. But, there is only one way to save them now. By giving their souls the chance to burn away the taint of their sins in the infernal flames. Oh, I can't do this. Ah, no eating in the Sacred Hall of Justice. Miss Sky. Yes? Don't worry about me and Nick. You just do your job. I'm sure Nick will figure something out. Eventually. Right, thanks, Miss Fay. How very brave for a criminal with a tainted soul. Very well, Detective Sky. Please proceed. Okay, I can do this. Let me start with an overview of this case. Alright, overview of the second murder. Who gained one assistant's first on screen interaction. That is true, yeah. Wait, didn't... Oh, no, yeah. Maya was not in the bonus case in the first game, wasn't she? And then Emma didn't come back until fucking Apollo Justice. Very true. The latest victim was Pure Zealot. He had been training under the High Priest and living at his house for the past 2 years. The High Priest's widow, Believe in Me, has identified the victim's body. He may have been mistaken for a rebel and killed due to his connection to the High Priest. Whoa, private message. Yeah, give me a second. Give me 2 seconds, I gotta read something. Interesting. I see. Well, I see. Yeah, K1's Case 5 was added after Phoenix Wright Trilogy. It was. I did learn that. Because, like, the first 3 games were all on GBA originally, right? On Game Boy Advance in Japan. Yeah. I see. Well, that certainly makes sense. Would the defense care to respond? I didn't spot any inconsistencies in our testimony so far, and I don't have any evidence in my arsenal. What am I going to do now? What is it, Maya? I was just wondering about how much the police actually looked into Acolyte Zealot. Because it might just prove to be the key as to why the divination seance failed. Oh! The thing they mentioned earlier. Like, they need the name and the face. They know the face. Oh, it's not his actual name. Maybe it's not his actual name. What are you getting at? Well, it's just a hunch. Wait a second. During my investigation, Raven told me about how the divination seance works. If I can figure out why it failed, maybe she could try it again. Okay, time to press some more information. It's not his actual name, is it? I do remember Raven mentioning that. They need the face and the name. Identify the body. Was Mrs. Immy's positive ID the only way you could verify the identity of the victim? Well, no. We also checked the ID card he carried and the data in his family registry, but what? His personal information didn't match any of the public records we cross-referenced. Maybe that's why the divination seance failed. I'm not sure what you mean, Mr. Wright. Here's what I'm thinking. Fake name. His address was wrong. The victim decided to hide his identity for some reason. In other words, he was using a fake name. The royal priestess uses the deceased face and true name to summon their spirit. Why, yes, that is indeed true. If he was using a forged ID and there is no mention of him in our public records, then he was likely an illegal immigrant. They are not uncommon here in Khura'in. Illegal immigrant? Come to think of it, Rafer mentioned something about immigrants yesterday. But if that's the case, we have no way of knowing who he really is. We'll have to proceed without holding a divination seance this time. I'd always thought that Acolyte Zealot was Khura'inese. Oh, how the High Priest must be lamenting his disciples' deception in the Twilight Realm. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think? Should we add this to the testimony? Yes. This is an important fact. Please add it to the testimony. It would seem to be a fact most inconvenient for the defense. But if you insist, Detective Sky, please add what you just said to your testimony. Yes, Your Majesty. He was an illegal immigrant, so we don't know his real name. Objection! Sorry, Detective Sky. But the police missed something important in their investigation. The butt. Huh? What are you talking about? The victim was undeniably a Koreanese native. And this crime scene photo proves it. It does? It's a little hard to see, but look closely. You'll see clear proof that the victim was Koreanese. Where? I don't see anything that would prove that. This proves the victim was Koreanese. The butt mark, aka the peach.
Take that!
Look at this tattoo right here. Why, that's the tattoo of a peach? I would like you all to think about the meaning of this tattoo. Oh, the victim really liked peaches? Yeah, you really like those peaches if we know what I'm saying. Well, peaches are a favourite delicacy here in Khura'in. They happen to be a personal favourite of mine. The sweetness of their abundant nectars and the softness of their perfectly ripe flesh. Yeah, I figured you'd like them, fucking man. Also, my dog says hi. They are a blessing from the Holy Mother herself. Nick, I've suddenly got a craving for peaches. After the trial, Maya. Right now we have bigger fish to fry. Peaches, 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 peaches. Unfortunately, that is not a tattoo of a peach. No! It is not a peach, you say. Then what is it? Take a closer look. Haven't you seen something like that before? Namely the tattoo on the High Priest's brow? Oh my. What? This mark is only borne by members of the Koreanist clergy. That is what you believe it to be. But are they not utterly different shapes? Sure, they're shaped differently, but there's a reason for that. The victim had the peach-shaped tattoo inked over an existing tattoo for some reason. However, the dark red portion is exactly the same as the mark all Koreanist clergy bear. Hey, you're right! Until about 20 some odd years ago, everyone did get one, didn't they? I myself bear one on my right, but that is entirely too much information, Your Majesty. Like I got it on his butt. Information on everyone who enters the clergy is maintained at the temple. All we have to do is look up a monk with a mark in the same spot. Chadu is really making it hard to listen to you. I'm sorry, but my dog gets overly excited when other dogs, he hears other dogs. I am sorry. I mean, I could try fiddling around with mic settings, but I don't think it will help. We'll just let that go on for a little bit, chat. But he does say hi. Down my back garden. Are they done? I'm on it! I'll let you know if I get any hits. That will not be necessary. If you seek information on the clergy, I have it all right here. Oh my, you never cease to amaze! So tell us, is there anyone who fits the bill? There is just one, and his name is Real Nemu. God damn it! God damn it! They had fun. The translators had the time of their fucking lives. Holy shit. Oh, the translators had the most fun job with this. God damn. There is just one, and his name is Real Nemu. He became a monk 20 years ago. And that must be the victim's real name. But why would he have tried to cover up his tattoo with another one? Yeah, there must have been some reason. Nick, that's not important right now. The important thing is we know his real name. You're right. Your Majesty, now that we know the victim's real name, the divination seance might finally work. A lawyer who willingly seeks a seance. This is entirely unprecedented. Heh. You are but digging your own grave, Defense. We won't know that until we try. Sure, it's risky, but it's our only hope. Very well. Let the divination seance be held once more. Do we get to watch her dance again? Why would a lawyer work so hard to see the divination seance be held once more? You are a fool, barbed head, and your foolishness shall yield no gratitude from me. But with the truth revealed by my insights, I shall gladly seek your demise. Bring it on, princess. Because I will correctly interpret each and every one of your insights. Humph. You will regret ever thinking you could use my sacred insights as evidence. Oh, here we go again.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Yeah. Japanese real name comes from... Oh, Jesus Christ! She's booting up the computer. She's booting up the pool. She turned on the power. I love it. Oh yeah, chat, if you weren't here for the Stompathon, I added something new to my model. Where, if you sub or cheer at least 250 bits, my model grows slightly. And it will last for the rest of the stream. No, that's the opposite of what I meant. You want me to rar small? Alright, fine, I guess I'll rar small. Rar! 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 Oh, I guess it does do it every time. Rar! 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 Okay, back to normal. If you name your bartender Cooper, I know you're on Ace Attorney shit. It literally means barrel maker. I'll need to find someone with the surname Cooper then. If I ever open a bar, which is probably very unlikely. If there's anything I want to open a retro game shop. I go into so many of them. I've been to quite a few now. Oh yeah, I did glow that time. Yeah, going to so many of them makes me want to open my own one in the future. One day, maybe. It did work this time. Plume Punisher theme. Heavy. Pain! Oh cool, we didn't get to see it. Oh my! It's just as Mr. Wright surmised. Poor Zealot wasn't the victim's true name. And now at last we have seen the victim's final moments. All the game shops I've been to are closed permanently. Ah, that's dang. That's a dang shame. There's a few that are closed down. I know it's not, like, amazing nowadays, but if I had, like, a infinite source of money, that's what I want to do. I get that, like, digital is fucking, like, ruling the way nowadays, but man, it's just the magic of, like, just being able to go into a game shop and just seeing all the games there. It's like, that's something kids will not have access to in the future, and it's just, it makes me sad. It makes me sad, man. I've been building up a collection of, like, 360 games. Right, I have quite a lot here already, and yeah, just being going to those shops. I went to a few in Vancouver when I was there last year, and there was one there. I went into it, and the guy who ran the shop was showing, like, a prototype 360 controller to another person there. And it was on sale, but it was $150. I'm like, I can't afford that. But it was cool to see, though. Anyway, but all we could see was the ground. You seem terribly disappointed. I take it you did not find any fodder for one of your infamous turnabouts? Look. I, on the other hand, have discovered something. Conclusive evidence that establishes the accused's guilt. You did? Ha 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 ha. A most surprising surprise attack. So tell us, Prosecutor Samadi, what is this conclusive evidence you have found? The Plume Punisher theme song that the deceased heard. Please consider this item here. It was confiscated from the accused during her interrogation. Hey, that's my Plume Punisher strap. When you press the maggot armor on the Plume Punisher's belt... Well, the clock does it as well, doesn't it? Ah! It seems the accused inadvertently pressed a button in the midst of a crime. This strap is an extremely rare item, is it not, Miss Faye? You better not break it. There's only one of those in the whole wide world. But Maya, no! Hehehe, it's just as I said. Your flights of fancy have come crashing down on you. Sure seems to be enjoying this. Yeah, I've never seen her look so thrilled before either. It is time to accept the fact that the divination seance is far more than mere evidence. It is the very truth that brings the hammer of justice down upon the accused. That is as conclusive evidence as it can get. Now then, if there are no further objections. Slow down there, your majesty. At least let me make a counter-argument. What's this? Do you take issue with the divination seance? Oh, I have issues with it. I just don't know what they are yet. But that's never stopped me before. Divination seance is not the absolute truth. It only becomes the truth after it's been interpreted correctly. Ah, you do not know when you are beaten, do you, you foolish lawyer? I am the only one who speaks for the Mitama of the deceased. If you believe there to be errors in my insights, then let us see you prove it. Surely I can do that. Raver's inside. The victim was offering up his prayers. It was the night of the rite. Though it's dark, the pattern on the plaza's ground was visible. And someone was there, and the theme to the Plume Punisher filled the air. Nice rhyme, man. The accused held the defenseless victim down and plunged her knife into his neck. The blade struck true, and in that instant he departed from this world. That is everything the deceased experienced in his final moments. Benevolence's insights have painted a detailed picture both vivid and true. I didn't notice any holes there. As they stand now, those insights are really stacked against us. I'll just have to go over each and every one of the deceased sensations very carefully. Prayers. Smell.
Objection!
Was it really the night of the rite? Yeah, it's a smell because of the meal. They had the meal specifically before the well, specifically the day before because the smell lasts for a long time. Again, it's like durians. What do you mean? It could not be otherwise. The accused slew Acolyte Zealot after killing the High Priest during the purification rite. But we know it's not his real name. The only problem is the deceased spirit does not corroborate that. What's this? Take a good look at what the victim smelled. Do you see how it says ginger? I can't pronounce that. Acolyte Zealot shouldn't have smelled any ginger on the night of the rite. That's all I'm just going to say. What do you mean? Let me back up my statement with some evidence for you. Believe statement, right? It should explain how the victim couldn't have smelled ginger on the night of the rite.
Take that!
The High Priest's wife, Believe in Me, told me about the Feast of Blessings. The feast includes a number of ginger-based dishes, and they're only supposed to be served at a certain time the day before the rite. Why, I believe you're right! I had completely forgotten about that. During the feast, the unique smell of ginger pervades the entire kingdom. The fact that the victim smelled it means he was murdered between noon and 3 PM the day before the purification rite. Humph, I am not so easily fooled. Did that autopsy report not make it clear? The estimated time of death was during the rite. Alright, I told her about that yesterday. Forgive me, your benevolence, but the estimated time of death is just that, an estimate. Depending on the circumstances, it's possible for it to change. What's this? Like if a body was kept cold, the slowed rate of decay makes the death seem more recent. Why, I believe I have heard something of the sort before. If it is as Mr. Wright claims, the estimated time of death in your autopsy report will have to be revised. Oh my. Ah, that's a very... I don't know, you're a few letters away from saying something very bad there, Rafe, I'll just say. Barbed head, you blinded me with science. Blinded me? Science? Sorry, wait, what am I apologizing for? Humph. No matter. The murder may have occurred in the afternoon hours the day before the riot. Nevertheless, the murder weapon with the accused prints on it is incontrovertible evidence. I will now amend my insight to account for this new truth. Fucking like game of cat and mouse, it's like, hey, I discovered this. Okay, I'm gonna change it, fuck you. The time of death has been corrected, leaving my insight invaluable. Nick, the change in the time of death is bound to cause some sort of an inconsistency. If I had something that showed that it was like what it was like on that day, it could really help. Oh yeah, wouldn't it be like snowy?
Objection!
Changing the date and time of the crime has caused a new inconsistency to surface. What's this? Ah, you are making that irritating face again. Cease that at once. Sorry, but this is the face I was born with. Now, let's focus on what is important, what the victim saw in his final moments. Yeah, bats in the belfry, barbed head, there is nothing to see. The ground at the plaza was all that entered the victim's eyes. And that's what I find so strange. On the day before the riot, it should have been impossible to see that pattern on the ground. Impossible, you say? Do explain. Piece of evidence shows why the plaza's ground was not visible that day.
Take that!
This newspaper has an article that is tiny in size but huge in importance. It says that the ground was covered with thick white ice the day... Well, ice. I said snow, but it's close enough. The day before the riot. What? But... The victim did not see so much as an ice cube on the ground. Exactly. And so we must ask, what was the victim looking at in his final moments? If you have something to say, then say it. Oh, I know what it is. The last thing the victim saw was not the ground at the Plaza Devotion. The handprints. Handprints, dude. This can only mean that he was killed elsewhere. What? 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 Then where do you propose the victim was actually killed? Yes, tell us where. Otherwise your argument is worthless. About that. I hadn't gone to that part yet. Any ideas, Maya? Let me think. Well, it's somewhere green and shaggy, right? Right, but where could that be? What is it, Barbed Head? Giving up already? Not at all. Now, where have I seen something green and shaggy? Shaggy! he's the murderer. Zoinks!
Take that!
The secret hideout the rebels were using. The rebel hideout? There was no such place anywhere on the floor of that chamber. You're absolutely right. There's no place on the floor anyway. Then what did the victim see in his final moments if not the floor of the rebel hideout? Is this what the victim saw in his final moments? That one.
Take that!
Shaggy grease surface the victim saw was one of the moss-covered stone slabs. But then wouldn't it have been pushed over? As you can see, there are two distinct hand-shaped impressions in the moss here. I believe the victim was killed while he stood there with his hands pressed against the slab. That does agree with the seance vision. However, one cannot definitely declare they are one and the same. I concur. There's no proof that a murder occurred in the rebel hideout. Indeed. What evidence do you have of this? I've already shown you the evidence. What do you mean? Please take a look at this second version of the photo I just showed you. You can see the results of a luminol test I performed in the rebel hideout. This is proof positive that someone had been bleeding in front of that stone slab. Is this true? This information has already been provided to the police. Detective Sky, to whom does this blood belong? We thought it was the High Priest's blood that flowed in from outside. So we haven't tested it yet. Then you must do so at once. Yes, Your Majesty. It appears the police have finished testing the blood. Detective Sky, report please. The blood found in the rebel hideout belongs to a pure zealot, just like the defense claims. Detective Sky, do you realize what your blunder has done to me? When this trial concludes, I want to see you in my prayer chamber. There, I will deliver a joyous sermon onto you for 8 hours straight. Oh shit. Oh, I'm really sorry, but please, anything but that. Nick, maybe, just maybe, this is the chance we've been waiting for. Yep, it would seem so. I hate to do this to Emma, but go for it. It's full speed ahead. The victim was killed in the rebel hideout the day before the purification rite. Then his body was moved to the Plaza of Devotion by someone we've yet to identify. So when we thought we saw Acolyte Zealot praying during the rite, he was already dead! Ugh! Omae wa Mashindaru! And that's not all. If he was killed at the inner sanctum, that would explain one more thing. And that would be how the time of death was made to look later than it actually was. I'll be about Zealot before the rite. See how he prays in the cold without moving a muscle? Because he was already fucking dead. Yep. No, this whole case could have been solved if someone actually cared to check on him. Someone could have just prodded him, being like, hey, you okay, buddy? How the time of death was made to look later than it actually was, the proof of which was left behind at the sanctum. This points to how the time of death was made to appear later than it actually was.
Take that!
Why, these are photos of the inner sanctum? I'd like you to focus on this one. The proof is right there here in this photo. This is how the time of death was made to appear later than it really was. Do you see how the snow has been removed from this one spot only? That's because it was used to keep the victim's body cold. And that's why the time of death wasn't what it seemed. Time was mistaken, and the place too? And just what do you believe that proves? That my client is innocent? What of her fingerprints on the dagger? And the Plume Punisher theme the victim heard? You have failed to address these two key pieces of evidence. I see your point. Wasn't this your big chance, Nick? Ah. Well, there's one invalidation we could do. The fucking clock could have done the theme. I'm really hoping the difference in location can invalidate either the weapon or the theme song from being used as evidence against you. Actually, that might be possible. At least for one of them. Really? What's this? You say you can contradict our argument for a key piece of evidence? Very well, let us see you try. Nick, take a good look at the rebel hideout photo. Oh! Defense can invalidate this piece of evidence. It'll be the Plume Punisher theme. It's the clock. The Plume Punisher theme, and how do you intend to support such a claim? This the murder happened in the rebel hideout. There's something there that played the theme song other than my client's strap. It wasn't the strap? Is this true? The item that played the Plume Punisher theme song was this. The thing that you took, you stupid princess.
Take that!
This is a Plume Punisher alarm clock. I believe that the victim heard its alarm go off. What proof do you have that the alarm went off?
Objection!
You have it! What proof do you have that it was my client's strap that played the theme song? Ugh! Do not twist the facts with your loyally wiles. Either way, the accused would still be guilty based off of her prints on the murder weapon. And here is what really happened. Victim stood with his hands on the stone slab in the hideout. I'll be the touch at this point, because if he touched it too heavily, it would have knocked over, right? Though there have been some twists and turns as to the truth of what happened. Ugh. Won't get anywhere until I can eliminate the dagger. Most impressive, your benevolence. I see no inconsistencies anywhere in the prosecution's case. No, there is one. What's this? You still claim there to be an inconsistency? Try as you might, the outcome will always be the same. I love her smug face. Boom Punisher theme. Heavy. Yeah, if it was a heavy touch, you would have pushed it over, right?
Objection!
The victim was originally thought to have been stabbed while bent over in prayer. He was actually standing with his hands against the stone slab. The question is, where did the sensation of something heavy come from? These weak arms are heavy, mum spaghetti. Yes, I see your point. Since the victim was standing, it couldn't have been held down. Eep! Tell us, Mr. Wright, what was that heavy sensation felt by the victim? Oh, it was something else. I got the answer right for the wrong reason. I love it. What caused the heavy sensation Zealot felt? Any thoughts, Maya? I agree, that sense of heaviness seems important, but... There's also the matter of Zealot's hands on the stone slab. Why were they even there? Could it be related to the cause of the heavy sensation? Well, Mr. Wright, do you have an answer for us? Probably. Of course! If I just envision the state Zealot was in when he was killed. The cause of the heaviness the victim felt was the culprit jumping on him. That would be the culprit jumping on it. Probably that one. The inconceivable cause is the stone slab falling over, trapping the victim underneath. What? Oh! The stone slab came falling down on him, crushing him underneath. Right. That was the cause of the heavy sensation the victim felt.
Objection!
While your theory is impressive, you have overlooked a key fact. I'm okay. The victim was not crushed to death, rather he was stabbed. Oh yeah. Or do you claim that the dagger was plunged in after the slab had fallen on him? Plus, had the killer been behind the victim, they would have both been crushed together. Well, would you care to explain? Sure, I'd love to, and that doesn't mean I can. How could the dagger have been plunged in after the slab fell on the victim? The killer couldn't have plunged the dagger into the victim after the slab fell on him. But what if the murder weapon wasn't what we thought it was? Well, there were other weapons in the rebel hideout. But the entrance to the hideout is right by the stone slab. There isn't enough space between the two to use any of the weapons found within. Yeah, there's not much space by the entrance, is there? So what was the real murder weapon then? I better think of something. If the murder weapon wasn't the dagger, then the dagger must have been plunged into the victim after he was already dead. That means he was stabbed at least twice, but the autopsy doesn't mention that. And he must have been stabbed in the same spot with something shaped like the dagger. He likes doing that pose. Would the defense care to offer an explanation sometime this century? Wait, wasn't there something dagger-like near the scene of the crime? I mean, there's plenty of weapons there. Something that had a shape similar to the warbard dagger. A statue, maybe? Yeah, it would be the statue, right? Present your evidence at this time, Mr. Wright. It shows what really killed the victim.
Take that!
Is this not the photo from the scene of the High Priest murder? Are you suggesting the murder weapon is hidden herein? This is what really took Pure Zealot's life. I guess that is very pointy, isn't it? Could be that. But that's the... The Warbard statue? Exactly. Warbard statue has dagger-like feathers protruding from it. That is what really took the victim's life. Oh, maybe got pushed into it. You imbecilic fool! The statue is outside of the hideout. How do you propose it impaled someone who was inside? Haven't you heard? The Warbard statue also functions as a hideout's door. What do you mean? The statue can pull a complete switcheroo. Switcheroo? To put it simply, it's a revolving door. A revolving door? Why, that makes perfect sense. Therefore, I believe the truth behind the divination seance to be this. As the victim entered the secret hideout, the stone sculpture came toppling towards him. So... Oh. So, the guy got pushed into the statue, it went into the hideout, and the last thing you see is him against the thing, and then I guess he got crushed after that? The victim entered the secret hideout, the stone sculpture came toppling towards him. He threw up his hands to stop it, but his weight forced him backwards. Oh, I see, and then it... Oh, okay, never mind. He literally just explained it. I should have waited like 10 seconds. Sorry, Phoenix. Unfortunately, the Warbard statue was right behind him. So was it a pure accident? This cannot be! Unless someone pushed him. But the accused's fingerprints were found on the dagger! She had held it while rehearsing for the rite, which is when her prints got on it. Ah! This is a shocking turn of events, but there is a great deal of circumstantial evidence in the defence's favour. I believe we must accept that the Warbard statue was what killed the victim. Now that we know how Acolyte Zealot really met his demise, there's no basis for claiming my client committed this crime. Nice work, Nick. How can this be happening yet again? The divination seance is the only truth! Know your benevolence. It's not the truth itself, but it is a means for shedding light on the truth. Ugh. Do you understand now? Your kingdom needs lawyers so that they can interpret your insights. But that means I've been misinterpreting the voices of the spirits all this time? Your benevolence, are you unwell? All the colour has drained from your face. I'll be fine. Continue your proceedings without me. As you wish. He's learning. She's gonna be a rebel. I feel kind of bad for her. Now then, I would have the defense continue. Please explain what you have learned now that we know that the victim actually died. How the victim actually died. Acolyte Zealot was killed in the hideout before the High Priest's murder. None of them are using his real name. I guess they're just so used to Acolyte Zealot at this point. That means the body found at the Plaza of Devotion was moved there by the real killer. But only after the Warbard dagger was thrust into him, to make it look like the murder weapon. That does seem to agree with what we now know. But why would the real killer go to such lengths? I believe stabbing Acolyte Zealot's body with a dagger and moving it to the plaza was a warning from the to a crime committed for fun. Raven really is some kind of mini prosecutor down to delivering her own evidence and feeling the guilt of forcing guilty verdicts on the innocent. Maybe he should be a prosecutor in the next game whenever that arrives in like 2042. It was an attempt to make my client look like a serial killer. That's right, the real killer planned all of this. This forged serial murder case. They did? That's it, Nick. Keep hammering away. Cool. Your reasoning has more holes in it than that cheese you foreigners so enjoy. What? Like those putrid, hole-riddled clumps of curds that only a rat like you could love. Oh, cheese is amazing. Fuck you. Your reasoning much like your putrid, hole-riddled brain as putrefied. What's this deal with things going putrid? You have yet to overturn my argument that the accused is the killer. A careful analysis of the chain of events up to the killing exposes the truth as follows. Disguised as Lady Kira, the accused found the rebel hideout the day before the riot. The acolyte Zealot had followed her there after noticing her suspicious behaviour. Caught by surprise, she pushed the stone slab towards him, and we know the rest. Well, that's kind of conjecture though, isn't it? I've never been to the rebel hideout in my life. When the high priest arrived at the sanctum the next day, he realised what she had done. Clap. That is when the accused murdered him in order to silence him. I believe Prosecutor Samadi has posed a compelling scenario. The defense, on the other hand, has yet to disprove the accused's guilt.
Objection!
Why would my client move Acolyte Zealot's body to where everyone could see it? And why would she stab the dagger with her fingerprints into his dead body? She had no reason to do any of those things. Dagger in his corpse was likely a warning to the rebels. Something along the lines of, Lady Kira will slay the Defiant Dragons. So that is why she moved the body to the plaza for all to see. Now he has the judge convinced too? I thought I'd finally made some headway. Well, Mr. Wright, about time for one of your groans of distress, is it not? Groan of distress? Yeah, it kills me to admit this, but I've got nothing to counter his argument with. And I still haven't disproven the allegations against Maya. Is it not time to end your futile struggle? You were already judged guilty yesterday. That makes you a dead lawyer walking. Accept the death that now awaits you, and in doing so finally know peace. A dead lawyer walking indeed. Then again, I'm not all lawyers who practice in Kurain. But I must admit, I misspoke earlier. Allow me to amend my statement. I had said the defense's reasoning had a putrid cheese-like smell. But I now realise the stench was from his own putrid body on the verge of death. Now I'm a rotting zombie? Think! Who could have killed Zealot the day before the riot? Who knew about the rebel hideout, and who could gain access to the inner sanctum? Oh! Only those involved with the riot can enter the sanctum, so... Wait a second. Only a rebel would have known about the secret hideout. My dog's going again. And the only person who was involved in the riot had access to the sanctum, and was suspected of being a rebel is... Ah! Did somebody come to mind? Yes, except there's one huge problem. A huge problem? What are you two going on about? Plotting your escape from the sacred hall? I will not put it past you, considering you have no means to raise further objection. If I don't do something, Prosecutor Samadi will have this one in the bag. I'll just have to bluff my way out of this, regardless of that huge problem. Your Majesty, I believe there is another suspect in Pure Zealot's murder.
Objection!
Even the most benevolent Holy Mother would not forgive such a desperate lie. After all, you know very well that such a person does not exist. No, there is one person who knew everything. Does such a figure truly exist? Tell us, who might that be? I believe the prime suspect in Acolyte Zealot's murder is... This is going to be fucking wild. But... Trust in me! It had to be someone allowed to enter the sanctum and who knew at the hideout. And that would be... the High Priest. He could have committed the crime if it occurred the day before the rite. You would pin a crime upon the dead knowing very well they tell no tales. Have you no shame? Dead men tell no tales. That is definitely a problem. If only the High Priest could tell his side of the story. Oh no. Oh no. What? Do I have something on my face? Oh Maya, I'm so sorry. Wait a second. Did this actually work? Oh no, don't tell me I have some of my breakfast caught between my teeth. No, if there's even the slightest possibility, I'll have to go with it. Your Majesty, dead men do tell tales. Therefore, I would like to request a High Priest testimony. Is testimony? Just how do you propose we get the deceased to testify? There's a way for the dead to testify. It's known as... the divination seance, once again. Summon him here by means of spirit channeling. What did you just say? Spirit channeling? Has this lawyer finally gone insane? This is sacrilege. May the Holy Mother strike him down. This is just it in a nutshell. Bring back the dead. Peace! I am frankly astonished you even know of such a thing. But spirit channeling is a secret art that only Her Eminence Queen Garan can perform. And Her Eminence is far too busy with other duties to perform at our pleasure. I suspected as much. That means our only hope is... Sorry, Maya. It's okay, Nick. You can tell them. But, Maya, I thought you wanted to keep it a secret here in Karain. Don't worry. It's not like it's against the law or violates some religious precepts, so I don't think we'll be punished. At least I hope not. Series first channeling purely for testimony, but this is a crucial period for you to decide whether you become Master of Karain. And we don't have any other choice now, do we? If I'm found guilty, it'll be a lot worse than not becoming Master of Karain. Alright, thanks, Maya. Actually, there is someone here who's capable of channeling spirits. But even Her Benevolence Princess Rafer finds the divination seance to be a challenge. Who could possibly have greater spiritual power than she aside from the Queen? That would be me. Is this some sort of a joke? A foreigner cannot possibly have such power. Even the Royal Priestess is incapable of such a feat. Peace! Peace, I say! Is this true? Is the accused capable of performing the secret art of spirit channeling? Well... Yes, I can. Now, Your Majesty, we'd like your permission to begin. Oh boy. There. Your Benevolence! This is an outrage! An outrage, I say! First you make a mockery of the divination seance, and now spirit channeling? Benevolence speaks the truth. Spirit channeling is a sacred rite. Foreign devils, I say this should be put to death immediately. Still your voices! Barbed head, spirit channeling is a most sacred and secret of arts. Are you prepared to face the consequences of what you propose? Yes, I am. Your Benevolence, are you saying you approve of their use of spirit channeling? I will judge whether their claim is true. If this is but another of their lies, they shall be executed on the spot. Very well then. Your Benevolence, what if the accused accidentally calls forth an evil spirit? Do you truly believe this foreigner is capable of channeling spirits? Oh, no, but I wanted to be sure as I am responsible for the safety of all present. Well, an inexperienced practitioner could inadvertently call forth a dangerous spirit, but do not fear, for I have a Magatama of parting. With it, I can send spirits back into the Twilight Realm by halting the flow of spiritual power. That is a relief indeed. These foreigners have thrown down the gauntlet. Let us not shirk from their challenge. We must prove them guilty and deliver their last rites. Do I make myself clear? Prosecutor Samadhi. Perfectly, Your Benevolence. Very well. The accused may channel the High Spirit Priest's spirit. But first, we must take a short recess to prepare. We will resume as soon as the preparations are complete. Until then, this court is adjourned. Smack that. Ooh, to be continued. Dude, I get to save. Ah, fuck it, let's finish this case off, chat. Let's do it. We're already balls deep into it, let's keep on going. May 12th, High Court of Karain, accused lobby. Sorry, Maya, but this was the only way. You sure you're up for this? Thanks for believing in me, Nick, even though I don't know if my channeling ability is on point yet. Alright. Before she started training here, her success rate was only about 30%. I know you can do it, Maya. At least I hope she can. Are you sure you're ready? Yeah. It's a big moment, might as well see it to the end, exactly. Yeah, at least I think so. You don't sound so confident. What about all your training? Training's one thing, actually doing it is another. Oh, I see. Uh-oh. If she fails to channel the High Priest, we're as good as dead. Relax, Nick, you can count on me. I'll show you what my training's done for me. This will be a moment you never forget. Okay, I just hope it's unforgettable in a good way. Once we hear Abbot Inme's story, I'm sure the truth will come to light. I hope so, but he was hiding the fact that he was a rebel, so I doubt it'll be as cut and dried as all that. They are ready for you. Please return to the Hall of Justice at once. Okay, Maya, I'm counting on you. You got it. Here we go. Are you ready? Here we go. Yeah. May 12th, High Court of Kharain. We have received official approval for the accused to channel a spirit here today. Now, if you will, Miss Faye, please proceed. Yes, your majesty. I can't believe this. Only the Queen should channel spirits. Execute them! Put them to death right now! Ah, rough crowd. Come on, Maya. I'm counting on you. I have been studying here in Kharain for 2 years now. But one day I will be the master of Kharain, a village of spirit mediums back home. But first I shall show you all the fruits of my training in your kingdom. Wow. He's really confident. A neophyte practitioner such as you cannot possibly channel a spirit. I'll prove them all. Stunt on those hoes! Stunt on those hoes! Okay, your benevolence, how about this? If I succeed, will you stop calling me a neophyte? Very well. If you succeed. Oh, I will. Just you watch. O spirit of trust in me, slumbering... Oh god, I can't read all that. Return now to the world of the living. Why couldn't they voice acted this? Oh shit. Huh? What is this place? Oh my! No! This cannot be! Oh, Kunka! It's the High Priest! The accused really can channel spirits. I don't believe it. The accused spiritual power is the real deal. Oh, go Maya! I do not understand. This cannot be! This simply cannot be! I must step out now before I forget myself. Abbot in me! Would this be the Twilight Realm? And what of this luxurious mane of hair? Is it perhaps a gift from the Holy Mother for decades of faithful service? Abbot in me? Aye, but if it isn't his Majesty, have you too shuffled off that mortal coil? Please, do not count me among the dead. It is only you who has passed on. But the spirit medium Maya Fey has brought you back among us today. Why, Acolyte Fey has mastered the secret art of spirit channeling? I suppose that explains these gorgeous locks. When I pass from this world, I too hope to be channeled with a full head of hair. Though it be for the briefest of moments. I give thanks for this splendid coiffure. Praise be to the Holy Mother! However, this kimono is a bit too snug for my taste, if you would excuse me. Holy shit. There, that is better. Could we get to his testimony now? And I wish he kept his top on. Huh? Why, you are that foreign lawyer that people speak of as of late. And is this not the Hall of Justice? Why have I been summoned here? Forgive us for calling you back from your eternal rest. But you have been accused of murder. Might we ask you to testify on your own behalf? Oh my god. I've been accused of murder? That is troubling indeed. Ah! What's with that crazy pose? Is this really cause for such astonishment? Even the lowliest of monks can achieve such body control with the proper training. Oh. I wonder if Albie would be able to do that someday. Would the feds please explain the situation to the High Priest? I'd be happy to. Your disciple, Pure Zealot, has been murdered. It happened on the day before the purification rite. And the crime occurred in the rebel hideout hidden between within the inner sanctum. Acolyte Zealot, he's been killed? Who would do such a thing? Someone who knew of the hideout and had access to the inner sanctum. In other words, you, Abbot in me. After all, weren't you secretly a rebel? That's an interesting pose. Oh dear. That's still Maya's body. Hopefully he doesn't break anything. Wow, the High Priest is amazing. I think he had mastered such an advanced prayer pose. He's still worthy of our veneration even if he is a rebel. Praise be to Holy Mother. Oh my. My rebel allegiances have been exposed? Even my wife knew of that. And it seems to rest in peace is not in fact not my fate. Why did you, a devout priest of Coriolanus, join the rebellion? High Priest has come back to us for but a brief time, Defense. Shall we not cut to the chase and ask the most pressing questions? Oh, right. Abbott and me, the prosecution believes the one who slew both of you and Acolyte Zealot to be Maya Fey, who had been playing the role of Lady Kira in the Wright. Being that I was dead until just a moment ago, my memory is a bit hazy. Could you please do your best to remember?
Objection!
High Priest says his memory is hazy. It's all coming back to me. It is as Prosecutor Sabadi concluded. I was slain by none other than Maya Fey. High Priest's statement has proven my assertions with regards to his murder correct. No! But what about Acolyte Zella? You were the one who killed him, weren't you? I know naught about my disciple's murder. Furthermore, I have an alibi of my own. An alibi? Seriously? Ha 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 ha. It seems the testimony the defense had been hoping for is working against him. Now, Abbott and me, your testimony, if you please. Yes. Yes, of course. Cool, man. I have an alibi. I have an ironclad alibi for the time during which the murder took place. Just past noon on the day before the riot, I was entertaining guests at my home. And I believe my guests can corroborate this. You had guests? Past noon? That's right about the time Zealot was murdered. Are you sure about that? Absolutely. Come to think of it, Raver told me about a spirit's memory. A spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death. Even a spirit that is brought back after centuries doesn't sense any gap in time between the moment of its death and the moment it's channeled? Yes. And yet it clearly recalls all the memories it had in life. High Priest seems to know exactly what he's talking about. So the question is, what would be the best angle of attack? Pressing everything. Believe in nothing.
Hold it!
Hold it. Use the word alibi as if it was second nature. Are you perhaps mocking me? Or is it perhaps the Kingdom of Karain itself you wish to ridicule? You gaslighting me? Come on, everyone and their grandma knows what alibi means. We're not a bunch of country bumpkins here. We have plenty of courtroom dramas on TV. Peace, 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 I say. Mr. Wright, would you care to clarify your last statement? Please, don't take it the wrong way. It's just alibi is a rather technical term for a priest to use so naturally. I assure you I know how to use the term. In fact, I had even hoped for a chance to do so one day. Whereas even I, a high priest, am not immune to such trivial worldly attachments. Oh, I see. Though he seems unusually calm and composed. Almost as if he had prepped himself for something like this. I have a feeling he did.
Hold it!
Guests? And you are entertaining them personally? That I was. We gathered around the table for a most enjoyable conversation. He said his guest could corroborate his alibi. Well, that can't be good for our case. Are you sure that was the same day as the murder? Maybe you've misremembered. Ka! Do not doubt my mnemonic faculties. I may have died, but my memories up to that point are crystal clear. Get that thing going. The number 9. Sorry, he's pretty thin-skinned for a priest. Oh, I guess I should have known better than to doubt his memory. Yeah, we know. A spirit's memory is called for... Yeah. We just saw this. We just saw this. Ah, there's nothing better than enjoying ginger cuisine with dear friends. That way, everyone's breath becomes equally malodorous. That's a made-up word. Right. I believe my guess can corroborate this. And who exactly were your guests that day? Don't tell me they were rebels, so they can't be called here to testify. It was none other than His Majesty, along with his family. He couldn't attend the Wright due to work, so he stopped by ahead of time. My, how his daughter has grown. Wait a second. Let me set the record straight right now. I am not a rebel. Thank you for that wonderful meal, Abbot Inmee. Lady Inmee's cooking simply cannot be beat. So there you have it. When exactly was His Majesty at your home? He was there from 2 PM to 3 PM. Indeed, precisely the time period within which Acolyte Zealot was slain. How do you know that? Yes, and we had a rousing chat concerning the game of Kachu Damal. But I'll just have that added to the testimony. After all, it was I who visited the High Priest's home.
Hold it!
That was an interesting wrong answer to choose here. Your Majesty, are you sure this testimony is completely accurate? As sure can be. Oh, how wonderful it is to finally have my actions be admissible as evidence in court. Majesty was at my home during the exact time period of the murder. Come, let us put this behind us. I could not have possibly committed this crime. How can you be so sure? What if the clock or watch you were using was off, or you misread the time? There was a clock right near the table, and it had the exact same time as my watch. Now do you understand, lawyer? As you can see, my alibi is airtight. Or do you still think I could have killed Acolyte Zealot? Ugh, His Majesty's a witness? Are you satisfied now? There is not a single discrepancy in Abbot Inmee's alibi. If I give up now, it's all over. Now hold on a second. Is there anything wrong with the High Priest's testimony? Totally isn't. There is. It's the time of time. Why does he know the time of the murder, right? There is a discrepancy in the High Priest's testimony. There is. Well then, perhaps you could explain what it might be. This is what was wrong with his testimony. He's too friendly with the judge. Oh, jeez. After Abbot Inmee was channeled, no one ever stated what time Acolyte Zealot was murdered. Now that you mention it. Despite that, you claim to have an alibi from 2 PM to 3 PM. That means you knew that Acolyte Zealot was dead. When you were still alive! Arrgh! That's funny. Wait, I think I saw something just now. Nah, I must be imagining things. So, tell me, how did you know what time the crime had been committed? About that. Open your heart! Let the Holy Mother in! But why? We've been blessed with the High Priest's sacred words of prayer! All who serve her holiness must strive to banish worldly desires from their soul. Open your heart! Let the Holy Mother in! Purge your mind of greed and bias, as if my very soul has been cleansed. You can't fool me. Prayer may banish worldly desires, but it can't make a contradiction disappear. God damn it, that stupid pose again. You'd love that pose. How can you be so sure? What's that supposed to mean? This lawyer seems to think little of the power of Coriolis prayer. Huh? Abbot Inmee was at home during the crime and knew of what happened at the hideout. I believe this can be explained thusly. He must have had a way to monitor the hideout from his home. What? You never cease to amaze, prosecutor. As he has surmised, there was a listening device installed at the hideout. Oh yeah, the microphone. It enabled me to instantly learn of anything unusual, even when I was not there. Remember, the rebels had been using this as a top secret hideout. It would be perfectly natural for them to install such an apparatus. Wait, come to think of it, when I was searching the rebel hideout... there's something under the banner. A microphone? What's this doing here? Will someone try to record something with it? That was a listening device. It starts recording whenever it detects movement. And I heard just such a recording after His Majesty and his family left. If you look in the desk in my study, you'll find the tape in question. Alright then. Bailiff! Yes, Your Majesty. Go retrieve the tape in question for the High Priest's home. At once, Your Majesty. Power occur in this prayer. Even a putrid brain such as yours should understand it now. Like the contradiction really did vanish. We shall ascertain the content of the recording once we have the tape. In the meantime, I would ask Abbot Imi to continue with his testimony. Very well. Another one. I heard everything. I was entertaining His Majesty and his family when the crime occurred. When I listened to the tape later, I heard a man and a woman quarrelling. It sounded like an altercation between Acolyte Zealot and Acolyte Faye. After that, there was a loud noise, followed by haunting silence. I had to find some way to attack his alibi. If only Maya were here. Dude, those fucking faces in the background, they're horrifying. She has a way of putting me at ease. But seeing her like this is only creeping me out. Though the High Priest was a rebel, he was still a Koreanist holy man. Therefore take care in your questioning, lest you invoke the ire of our people. How dare he suspect the High Priest? May the Holy Mother strike him blind. Well, I mean, it's not really much of a change. They were all against me anyway. As if this wasn't hard enough already. Nice try, but I'll stop at nothing to find the truth. Yeah, they're all against me anyway. Who cares? I heard everything. But did you know? Oh, dog's going again.
Hold it!
No, my dog. It's next door's dog. You were entertaining His Majesty and his family during the crime. Indeed, my wife Billy was treating them to a wonderful home cooking. Your wife was there that day? Why yes, she was in the kitchen cooking up a storm the entire time. Come to think of it, I don't think I saw her at all that day. She takes her culinary duties most seriously, you see. Oh, please don't tell me it's her. That is why she was in the kitchen cooking without pause the entire day. But the judge never saw Miss Imi. Oh no. I've Abbot Imi add that statement to his testimony. Sure, man. Please add that statement to your testimony. As you wish. Why do I have a feeling? My wife, Believe, was in the kitchen cooking the entire time. What was your wife making that day? The menu that day featured Hatin Sapais and Mel Temmote. They're both traditional Koreanese dishes. Koreanese. I didn't begin to imagine what those are. Ah, yes! The exquisite zest of that and the supreme texture of that. Lady Imi's cooking that day was utterly unforgettable. Thank you! It brings me great joy to know you enjoyed your meal. Now, once His Majesty and his family had left...
Hold it!
You had everything from a recording? Indeed. Each night I would secretly check what the listening device had recorded. I would have been in serious trouble with my lovely wife had she discovered my secret. Can you really tell what happened by the audio alone? Long years of ascetic training have sharpened my hearing. It is but a simple matter for me to ascertain a situation by the sounds I hear. Practicing Koreanism improves your hearing? Hearing is but one of the senses it can improve. If one can focus and attain inner peace, all 5 senses can be sharpened. That's still horrifying. Why, the warbard over in the bazaar just cried. Did you not hear it? Give me a break. That was my Discord chat. Did I mute my Discord? I did, okay, you didn't hear it. Yeah.
Hold it!
Hold on! Are you sure about those voices? Was it really Acolyte Zealot and Miss Faye? I'd say that was the most reasonable conclusion under the circumstances. Or perhaps Acolyte Faye has an alibi that you can prove. I'm afraid not. Then I suggest you make like a mollusk and climb up! Now, I will continue my testimony if I may. After that, there was a loud noise followed by haunting silence.
Hold it!
A loud noise? I'd say that's worth looking into. It was a terrible crashing sound. Poor Acolyte Zealot. It must have felt so heavy. It must have been the sound of that stone slab falling over. Did I ever add that statement to his testimony? Yeah. Please add that statement to your testimony. As you wish. I described the noise as a terrible crash. Crash Bandicoot. You believe that terrible crash is connected to Acolyte Zealot's death? Yes, the sound no doubt was poor Zealot's death now. Such a tragedy, for he was a fine disciple. I would ask all here today to give a prayer for his departed soul. Sure of that. I had high hopes for that young man's future. Yeah, you do that. Why do I feel like such a jerk for just trying to do my job right now? Mr. Wright? Do you still feel the need to question the High Priest? His alibi is as tight as tight can be. This isn't going so well, I better ask him about something else. I'm curious, Abbot Immi. Did you stop by the rebel hideout after his magistrate left? Yes, I thought it would be wise to assess the situation, but as I said before, there was nothing to see. The hideout appeared as it always had. And the victim's body? It was nowhere to be found. Acolyte Faye must have already disposed of it and anything else incriminating. When you saw the rebel hideout, it looked like it does in this photo. Yes, I would say that is how it appeared that day. So the stone slab had been put back in place. Mr. Wright? Is it not time to concede defeat? No, wait, I need just a little more time. You insist. I've got to present the photo now, don't I? Oh, I can't skip this now. I guess, I don't know. Can I skip it before? I felt like I couldn't.
Objection!
Abbot Immi, you said, and I quote, "Poor Zealot, it must have felt so heavy." Why do you think he felt something heavy? You said the hideout looked like it did in this photo. If so, there's nothing that would lead you to believe he had experienced a heavy feeling. Oh no, there's fingers. The fact is, of course, a stone slab did fall over onto Acolyte Zealot, impaling him on the warbad statue behind him. But that was only revealed through her benevolence's divination seance earlier. Let's please get to the point. My point is, simply hearing a crashing sound shouldn't have automatically led him to conclude the victim was crushed to death. I still don't see your point. I'm saying that the High Priest knew. He knew how the victim was really killed. Why? And that's his information only the real killer could have known. It did it again. I definitely saw it that time. I got the High Priest's spirit shaking in his boots, or should I say sandals. Need I remind you Abbot Immi was with his magistrate at the time of the crime? Such an alibi precludes him from being the killer. That's true, so he can't be the killer. However, he knew how Zealot was killed, something only the killer can know. Can this discrepancy be resolved somehow? Well, Mr. Wright, we're waiting for an explanation. I was just getting to that. Trying to think of something quick. I think I know. High Priest knew something only the killer couldn't know because he heard it from the real culprit. Oh, please tell me it's his fucking wife. He must have heard how the victim died from the real killer. The real killer? Of course, that makes perfect sense. I don't want to believe it, but this is the only possible explanation. So tell us, who is this real killer? It's got to be someone close to the High Priest. Someone without an alibi. Person most likely to be Zealot's killer is... That's fucking wild.
Take that!
Your Majesty, while you were visiting the High Priest's home, you didn't see Mrs. Inme at all, did you? No, I never saw her, but... What does that have to do with anything? Did the High Priest ever leave your sight? No, we were talking the entire time, and the food was brought right to the room's entryway. So, the High Priest has an ironclad alibi. But his wife does not. What the devil are you insinuating? I'm insinuating that Mrs. Inme might have killed Acolyte Zealot! Well, shit.
Objection.
You have a lot of nerve making such a baseless allegation. She had no motive to kill Acolyte Zealot. He was like family to her. No. We can't entirely discount the idea. Especially if you consider that Mrs. Inme could have been the one posing as Lady Kira.
Objection.
Even a fool must temper his foolishness at times. Or do you truly believe Lady Kira would kill Acolyte Zealot though he was not a rebel?
Objection.
As we all know, the High Priest was secretly a rebel. It would follow that his favourite disciple could very well be a rebel too. Are you suggesting that Mrs. Inme killed her husband as well? As sad as it is to think she killed her own husband to rid the kingdom of rebels, I don't think we can rule that out. Yikes! You claim my wife is that rebel hunting Lady Kira? And that she slew both Zealot and myself? My lovely wife? That is utterly impossible. I love the noise. Yikes, I've never seen the High Priest so angry. It is as Abbot Inme stated. And the accused has already been found guilty of this murder. It is far too late to overturn it. That's right, Mr. Wright. Now apologise to the good priest before he gets angry again. Quickly now. No, I'm not going to apologise. The true identity of Lady Kira is a major piece to this trial's puzzle. Admit it, Abbot Inme. Your wife, Lady Inme, killed you. Yet even now you continue to lie in an effort to protect her. How absurd! It appears the lawyer has forgotten. My lovely wife could not possibly battle the rebels in the guise of Lady Kira. But we were blessed by her holiness, and she is with child. Praise be to the Holy Mother. I completely forgot about that. That abominable Lady Kira figure who slew me and Acolyte Zealot was the accused. This is bad, but I can't give up now. But don't forget, my client doesn't have the strength to fight rebels either. How could a weak young woman like her possibly... I think he's just going to point the channeling thing immediately, right? You foolish oaf of a lawyer! If only you were as blessed as Lady Inme. What? Surely the accused possesses the strength, or should I say, the power. The power to battle those black-hearted rebels? What are you talking about? My good prosecutor, I see you have come to the same conclusion as I. Such keen insight! Then you have figured it out as well, Abbot Inme. May I ask you to explain it to this putrid-brained lawyer? Certainly, for I cannot allow him to frame my lovely wife for murder. Foreign devil! Your Majesty, allow me to testify as to how my affair is that murderous Lady Kira. Well, if it would assuage your anger, then by all means, please testify. We're going to talk about the channeling, probably. My affair is Lady Kira. Acolyte Faye channeled Lady Kira's spirit, yep. She is a spirit medium who knows Lady Kira's true name, so she could have done it. So it was the real Lady Kira who returned to root out the rebels among us. Sus. She attacked and killed me with her strength far beyond any mortal woman. Okay. But... do you understand now? Murder by spirit channeling explains everything. This is the only way the accused could have defeated one rebel after another. Indeed, I am a living, or should I say dead proof of a terrible power. Ag! My ability to channel spirits. I'm back to haunt her. Now is it not time to let it go and move on, Defense? No, never. I'll never give up. Now what? Think! Think! How can I prove that Maya couldn't have channeled Lady Kira? Oh, the mask! You need to see the face, don't you? Not just the name, but the face.
Objection!
Tome of Secrets is only given to the priestess who performs the purification rite. Is this your proof that my client could have channeled Lady Kira? Yes, indeed! For it contains the true name of Lady Kira, a secret only revealed within. Have it in me. I'm afraid you're mistaken. This couldn't have been used to channel Lady Kira. What nonsense! Mr. Wright, would you care to explain? This is why my client could have channeled Lady Kira.
Take that!
Lady Kira's face is hidden behind a mask in the Tome of Secrets. You need both a name and a face to channel a spirit. It can't be! Without a face, it would have been impossible for my client to channel Lady Kira. Oh my. Therefore, the claim that she became Lady Kira by means of spirit channeling is patently false. Ugh. With Lady Kira out of the equation, my client had no motive to commit murder. But then, who is the rebel hunting Lady Kira we've been reading about in the paper? Yes, who is this other suspect, if indeed there is one at all? Let us hear the defense's brilliant deduction. Think. Think! The true identity of Lady Kira is the key to solving both murders. I thought Mrs. Inmee was suspicious, but her pregnancy takes her out of the running. And Mr. Arable is a rebel, so that doesn't make sense. That leaves us with... Oh! Mr. Wright, you have that look again. The one where you know you have to say something, but you can't figure out what it is. My chance to really turn up the heat. I'll just have to stir the pot until something floats to the top. Your Majesty, I know who's been posing as this rebel hunting Lady Kira. You do? Are you sure about that? Yes, completely. I sense that I may regret this, but please go on and explain. Thank you, Your Majesty. This is who's been posing as the rebel hunting Lady Kira.
Take that!
The true identity of the rebel hunting Lady Kira we seek is... Pure Zealot! What's this? The High Priest's murdered disciple was Lady Kira, you say? Yeah, it's wild, I know. Peace! I say peace! The defense will continue. Yes, Your Majesty. I whittled down the list of suspects until there was only one left. But a process of elimination is not the same as solid evidence. I assume you have evidence to back up your claim. Yes, of course. I will have some in a moment, that is. At least I hope so. Maya wasn't Lady Kira, and neither was Mrs. Inmee or any other possibilities. That leaves Zealot, and I had the evidence to prove it. The evidence that proves Acolyte Zealot was posing as Lady Kira is this. It would be the warning, right? Because it would be the only one.
Take that!
This is what proves that Acolyte Zealot was Lady Kira. Lady Kira's warning letter. How absurd! What could that possibly prove? Prosecutor Samadi. You stated that this warning letter proved that my client was Lady Kira. And the reason you gave was that the High Priest's house was locked tight. But there was another member of the family who lived there. Ah. Therefore, Acolyte Zealot could have delivered the warning anytime he wanted. What is he talking about? That's just not possible. Look at those fingers going. Are you saying Lady Kira was not the culprit, but rather the victim? That's exactly what I'm saying. But that would overturn the entire premise of this case. This trial has proceeded on the assumption Lady Kira was behind the serial killings. But if Lady Kira is one of the victims, who was the killer? And what was their motive? The only suspect left is Mrs. Inme, and there's only one possible motive. What if Miss Inme is a rebel? What? Fiend! You're still bent on casting suspicion upon my lovely wife? Blasphemer! You have no evidence of this! Repent for the mistrust in your soul!
Objection!
Well, you have no evidence either. After all, the dagger with my client's prints on it wasn't what killed Acolyte Zealot. And the Plume Punisher theme that he heard could have been an alarm clock. That means all the evidence linking her to the crime have been called into question. Was Lady Inme a rebel? And did she pose as Lady Kira to kill Acolyte Zealot? Or was Acolyte Zealot a rebel? And was the accused the Lady Kira who killed him? I would say either scenario is just as likely. What are we to do now? The alarm clock, you say? Do you mean the one in the rebel hideout? Yes, but what of it? Hehehe. That's it. What's going into him? Oh, there's a lot of laughing. Abbott Inme, just what is so comical? Forgive my outburst. That simply tickled my funny bone. What did? The theme song came from the Plume Punisher clock, you say? That alarm could not possibly have gone off. What makes you say that? The clock was working just fine the last time I checked. Try using your head for a change. Would not the existence of a secret hideout be given away with an alarm cut going off? Wait, you don't mean... Indeed, we leave the alarm switched off at all times. No! In that case, I am sad to say that the fence's claim does not hold water. Would you care to respond, Mr. Wright? Oh, this can't be happening, not now. This should put an end to the lawyer's futile struggles. The theme song the victim heard was from the accused's strap, just as we suspected. Therefore, the accused is the rebel hunting Lady Kira and the victim's killer. Need an opening. Something I can raise an objection to. That Plume Punisher theme song Acolyte Zealot heard in his final moments. I too heard it by way of the listening device. But did you really? If you had heard it, why didn't you testify to the fact before? Is it not obvious? I did not know such a tune could become a key matter of dispute. Yes, the matter of the theme song came up before Abbott Inme was channeled. Alright, well then, what if he's lying about the clock's alarm being switched off? Miserable wretch! That would be a pointless lie, one easily disproven. If you check the clock, you will see that the alarm is in fact switched off. Come to think of it. What a fine item. This switch, if I'm right. We set the switch back into the off position before we left. I remember hearing it clearly. Those distinctive taiko drums in the intro are etched in my mind. They went, oh, taiko, ooh. But it's not taiko. Distinctive taiko drums in the intro. That's the problem. This trial's gone on for too long, far too long. Shall we move ahead to the verdict phase now? By all means, and let us also return Abbott Inme's spirit to the Twilight Realm. Before I go, let me say a word to my darling wife.
Objection!
Yeah, objection. Now, hold on just 1 minute. Your Majesty! Yes? The High Priest's statement is inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence. It is? Still you rive in defiance of your fate. The very sight reminds me of a tortured soul writhing in flames. You won't be saying that once I show you the evidence. Now, all I have to do is pick the right one. Strap, right? Piece of evidence is inconsistent with that statement about the taiko drum intro.
Take that!
This is what's inconsistent with his statement, my client's Plume Punisher strap. What does that have to do with anything? It plays the Plume Punisher theme song. And here it is. The theme to the Plume Punisher, Warrior of Neo Twilight Realm. Not taiko drums. Do you see what I mean? The music the victim heard in his final moments might not have been the Plume Punisher theme song. I'm afraid I'm not following you. What was it, if not the Plume Punisher theme? In his final moments, Acolyte Zealot heard the song for the dance of the prayers of the people. He heard all the prayers. There are no taiko drums in the intro of the Plume Punisher theme. What Acolyte Zealot actually heard in his final moments was the theme of the Steel Samurai, warrior of near-world Tokyo. Peace, 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 I say. Mr. Wright, what is this Steel Samurai of which you speak? The Steel Samurai, warrior of near-world Tokyo, is an action hero show from America. The Plume Punisher theme is a total is very similar to it. If you didn't know about the Steel Samurai, you could easily mistake the two. But the fact that Acolyte Zealot heard music from an American action hero show is irrefutable evidence that the accused was in the secret hideout. Actually, no. You have it backwards. Backwards? That's right. Miss Faye met an avid Plume Punisher fan here in Korean. And as a token of their friendship, she traded a certain Steel Samurai item she had for the Plume Punisher strap. Oh, did she trade with the Zealot? Hmm? And this avid Plume Punisher fan was the one who killed Acolyte Zealot? Yes. Oh, oh no. High Priest wife, yeah. And that avid fan is none other than the High Priest wife, believe in me. Oh, dog's going again. Do you have evidence to back up this claim, Mr. Wright? For as forgiving as the Holy Mother is, I doubt she would tolerate yet another dose of your baseless slander. I suggest you prepare yourself to face Her Holiness's wrath. Oh, shit. Oh, I'm prepared. To turn this entire case upside down, that is. This is my last chance. I better take a deep breath and review the evidence. You know what, I want to save just in case I accidentally hit the wrong button. I'll put in number 10. I know what it is, but I might hit the wrong button. Very well then, please present your evidence if you would, defense. The evidence that proves Miss Inmi was one who killed Acolyte Zealot is this.
Take that!
It's right here in this family photo. Proof that Mrs. Inmi and Miss Faye traded items featuring their favourite characters. A family photo? And what exactly should we be looking at here? The proof that they exchanged items featuring their favourite characters is right here. Watch. Oh, God.
Take that!
Using an analog stick, that's kind of annoying. What the hell was that? Look at Mrs. Inmi's left wrist. You can see the Steel Samurai's trademark top knot right there. Which clearly makes this a Steel Samurai watch. Herg! Why, I never knew your wife had such hobbies, Abbott Inmi. This family photo was taken right before Acolyte Zealot was murdered. By that point, my client had the Punisher strap, and Mrs. Inmi had the Samurai watch. So what the victim heard in his final moments was none other than the sound of the watch Mrs. Inmi was wearing. I wish to amend my testimony. What I thought was taiko drums or something else. My wife never had such a watch. It's the truth I tell you. You must believe me, Your Majesty. Oh God. Be not deceived by the defense's loyalty chicanery. Now what? He's been pretty quiet up to this point. What does he have up his sleeve? There is a big gaping hole in his flimsy claim. A big gaping hole? I don't think so. Oh no, I'm afraid it is there, alright. Just like the big gaping holes in your putrid brain. My brain is neither putrid nor full of holes. I'm not a zombie after all. Heh, says the dead lawyer walking. He who has narrow of vision focuses on what is before him, never seeing the big picture. Or as they say in your country, you cannot see the forest full of trees! Or if it is as you said, and Lady Inmi, the rebel, slew Acolyte Zealot, the rebel hunting Lady Kira, then the rebel hunter would have been dead before the High Priest was slain. Ah, that means the High Priest could not have been slain by the rebel hunting Lady Kira. Ah, how could I have missed that? So, tell me, who are you going to say killed the High Priest now? No! Suicide. You finally understand the sheer size of the holes that riddle your putrid brain. I'm in hot water now. I don't have any other suspects in the High Priest murder. Absolutely was suicide, right? You mindless zombie, you should have begun your journey into the Twilight Realm long ago. Now let it go and move on! No, I will never give up. I just need to think things through and figure out who really killed the High Priest. It was himself! It has to be, right? It has to be himself. If Acolyte Zealot had been Lady Kira, he couldn't have killed the High Priest. So the question is, who did? Maybe I can get to the bottom of this by reviewing the events of this case in order. What evidence could tell me something about the crime scene before the murder? Yep. Oh right, Maya said that the spring had been stained red before the rite even began. The spring was already red before the High Priest murder because of his blood. The spring was stained red by Zealot's blood. That's right, Zealot had been killed in the rebel hideout the day before the rite, and his blood had flowed into the spring. Wait a second, the High Priest knew that Zealot had been killed in the hideout. But why didn't he report it to the authorities? If Maya had been the killer, he could have easily had her arrested on the spot. Why didn't the High Priest inform the authorities right then? He'd hideout hidden. They were just shooting to heaven. We're shooting the moon. If he reported Zealot's murder, the authorities would find out about the hideout. That's what he was worried about. By going through with the rite, the High Priest risks having Maya see the spring running red with blood. Why did he have to go through with the rite? The scene during it. He wanted to set up the crime scene to conceal the hideout. But how was he planning on concealing the source of the blood in the spring? Use his own blood. It was suicide! God damn it. He killed himself to try and frickin' protect his wife. He concealed the source of the blood with his own. That was how he kept the rebel hideout a secret. It's all starting to fall into place. I know who killed the High Priest. It was himself. Russ' death was a suicide. I can't believe it! The High Priest took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. Well, okay. Wrong reasons, but right answer. Again. The High Priest wasn't murdered by anyone. He took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. What? What? What's this? This is fucking wild. The High Priest committed suicide? I had never heard anything more absurd. The lawyer has placed a stain on the good priest's death with his putrid brain. His putrid gaping holes are as large as the hole in his logic. A hole. You still fail to understand. You truly cannot see the forest for the trees. You claim the High Priest took his own life, but have you considered who brought the dagger to the Plaza of Devotion? Ah. After the High Priest was killed, the dagger was thrust into Acolyte Zealot's dead body. Only the accused, Maya Fey, could have done that. It is as Prosecutor Samadi says. Your claim is rather porous in this logic, and your evidence is too weak. You cannot prove that the High Priest took his own life to conceal the rebel hideout. Alright, the dagger was impaled in Zealot's body, but his body had been placed at the plaza the previous day. Well, Mr. Wright, would you care to respond? Zealot's body was already in the plaza the day before the rite. What if the dagger was also already in him at that time? The dagger was never at the inner sanctum. Moved by Maya, moved by his soul, died by a different weapon. Of course, that's it! What is it? There was no need to move the dagger. It had already been stabbed into Acolyte Zealot's body the day before the rite. What? That means... What does that mean? It means the dagger wasn't the weapon that took the High Priest's life. Oh, it was backwards. It's the statue that killed the... He killed himself on the statue, and the dagger was... But no weapon was ever found at the Inner Sanctum. If you will not listen to reason, then I insist you prove your assertion. Show us what you believe the real murder weapon to be. Real weapon? I got nothing, but I know there had to have been a weapon there. Maybe if I think back on the trial thus far, I'll spot the clue I need. It's backwards. Well, would the defense care to tell us what the real murder weapon is? This is what really killed the High Priest.
Take that!
What really killed him has been at the Inner Sanctum all this time. And its lethality has already been demonstrated by the late Acolyte Zealot. That's right, it was the Wallbad statue. Oh shit. Polonka! Polkunka. Wow, he gave up on that easily. You believe that that statue claimed both victims' lives? Would you care to chime in, Abbot and me? No, he lies! Pay him no heed! Why, it's... Yep. Lady in me! Darling, playing fingers has gone on long enough. Believe! No! Your Majesty, my wife knows nothing! Please, Abbot and me, let your wife speak. Now, Lady and me, please continue if you would. It's that time again. And what time would that be? 2:30 in the afternoon. The time my husband conducts his daily prayers. And the time Puree was slain. And the watch went off. But that sound, it's the Steel Samurai alarm. I too like to pray at the same time as my dear husband, so I set an alarm to remind me each day, but I had no idea it would come to this. No, stop! She knows not what she speaks! Your Majesty, I am the one who slew Acolyte Zealot. Ah, that's still Maya's body, by the way. Aberdinme! Bailiff, summon a physician at once. It's still Maya's body. The physician is now attending the High Priest, so there's no need to fear. Now, let's continue. And what about the half of him called Maya that's still among the living? Mrs. Inme, will you tell us everything you know? The truth is, I am a rebel, just like my husband. This tragedy unfolded before the Wright during the Feast of Blessings. I had gone to the rebel hideout to prepare it for Dutz's escape. And that's when Acolyte Zealot suddenly appeared? Yes. Puree was shocked when he saw me there. Acolyte Zealot did not know you were a rebel? I do not believe he did. I believe he was there simply to investigate the hideout. And then he suddenly came face to face with Mrs. Inme. So, the true identity of the rebel hunting Lady Kira was Puree Zealot. Yes. He was a member of the secret police, serving directly under the Minister of Justice. The secret police? And this is what he said to me. I can kill rebels with impunity. The Justice Minister has my back. He was using his position within the secret police to deal us rebels a heavy blow. But murder sanctioned by the Crown is still murder. Even without the DC Act, Dirk and his insurgent scum buddies' days are numbered. What's that supposed to mean? Let's just say I got a little trick up my sleeve, so I'd watch it if I were you. Because you got a defiant attitude, like one of them dragon dupes. The trick up Minister Inga's sleeve was Lady Kira. But no! This can't be! My father would never! This must be a bolt out of the blue for Rafer. This explains why Acolyte Zealot abandoned his real name. Yes. He even went as far as covering up the tattoo that all Coriolis clergy members receive. Lady Kira was a member of the secret police? That explains why no order was given to investigate her attacks. I guess I'm not alone in hearing this for the first time. But, this cannot be! Is this true? The Justice Minister is sanctioning state-sponsored murder? Oh, this is going to be bad. Peace! Now, Lady Inmi, please continue. Kira suddenly lunged at me. That's when I pushed the stone slab towards him with all my might. I never meant for what happened next to occur. Allow me to take it from here. Inmi, are you sure you're alright now? I am sorry you had to see that, but you need not worry about me. I am already dead. Please, you need to know what was so important that you would take your own life. After I learned that my wife had accidentally slain Zealot, I chilled his body with snow to make it seem like he died more recently when he did. Then I later moved it to the Plaza of Devotion and inserted the dagger into his wound. The plaza was empty at that time, for it was before prayer time had started. Finally, I placed his body in the prayer pose, knowing that no one would notice anything was wrong until the rite had concluded. But no one noticed the dagger? It is perfectly plausible that no one would disturb him if he seemed to be praying. No one noticed the dagger! We do treasure our prayer time, after all. So you admit you tried to pin this crime on Maya Fey? Yes, this was all my doing. I never told my wife of my plan. But surely she would have tried to stop me. How did you get Miss Fey's fingerprints on the dagger? I had her hold it while we were rehearsing the rite the day before. And right before the rite, I drugged her with a sleeping agent. Then I put Lady Kira's robe over the Warbad statue. That means Maya was probably already groggy by the time the rite started. Finally, I ended my own life. To ensure that the crime would appear to have been by Acolyte Fey's own hand. Come in! Oh, chat, I've got to go for a bit. I will be back. I'm sorry. I know we're right at the end of the thing, but I gotta go. But I will be back, I promise. Back to it. Got our confessions going. But when your body was discovered, Lady Kira's robes were on the ground. How did they end up there if they were on the statue? After I impaled myself on one of the statue's dagger-like feathers, I used the last ounce of my strength to hurl my body backwards. As I did, I grabbed onto the robes, taking them with me as I fell back onto the ground. How terrible! What possessed you to do such a thing? You needn't have committed suicide simply to frame the accused. Prosecutor Samadi, as one well versed in our kingdom's legal system, I would expect you of all people to understand. Understand what? This kingdom's legal system, Mrs. Immi's crime, your suicide. It can't be... That would be sadder than sad. Why, I believe the defense knows of what the High Priest speaks. Yes, I finally understand. This explains why the High Priest took his own life.
Take that!
The Defense Culpability Act. Circumstantial evidence supports Mrs. Immi's killing of Acolyte Zealot in self-defense. However, it would be next to impossible to prove it without a lawyer. That's why the High Priest wanted to pin the crime on Maya Fey. I failed to see what that has to do with his suicide. In Karain, the divination seance is the most important piece of trial evidence. The High Priest wanted to frame Miss Fey as a serial killer. It was a clever plan in which he made sure he'd see Lady Kira in his final moments. The lawyer speaks true. That's why I placed Lady Kira's robes upon the Warbard statue. I made it seem like Acolyte Fey was the rebel hunting Lady Kira. But... Are you saying you used my divination seance to produce false evidence? Forgive me, your benevolence, but it was the only way to help my lovely wife. If you had approached me first, I could have proved that the murder was in self-defense. Perhaps, but I had little faith in lawyers despite being a rebel. How utterly foolish to cast away one's life for such a reason! There must have been other ways to cover up the crime. Oh, you're still here? Yeah, I just said I had to go. The BRB screen was up. We would finish up the... I said, once I come back, we'd finish up the thing. I just had to go for a little bit, but... Again, this is why I don't stream this long. It ends up getting interrupted, but... You know. The thing is, I could have ended it at that last save point. I could have ended the stream, but we were, like, at the pivotal point in the case. So it's just like, you know what? Sod it. But yeah, once we've finished up the episode, we'll wrap up. There must have been some other ways to cover up the crime. Yet, had I done so, my wife would rush to my defence, and when the case went to trial, it would suffer the same fate as I under the Defence Culpability Act. I could not have lived with myself had she been convicted because of that fiendish man. This cannot be. All I have done under the laws of our kingdom has all been... Poor Wright first, she's really taking this hard. But I can't say I'm surprised. Mr. Phoenix Wright, it is time to show the might of your legal prowess. You mustn't allow another innocent soul to be charged under that despicable law. Of course, I'll do whatever I can. What I have done to you and Acolyte Faye is unforgivable. I can only offer my most humble of apologies. Your Majesty? Yes? I ask that you please look after my wife. And you have my word. Your benevolence, it is time that I return to the Twilight Realm. The Magatama are parting, if you please. Very well. Your benevolence, please allow me the honour. Yes, it would be more fitting for you to send him on his way. This is in me. Darling, I'm so glad I was able to see you one last time. Thank you for everything. So I guess she would be like... Oh, I guess he just got clothed like real quickly. I'm sorry to leave you like this, my love. But now you can watch over me from the world beyond. So I guess she would be charged, but it was in self-defense still, right? Because she had nothing to do with, like, the suicide or whatever. She didn't know. So I assume she'll probably get off lightly just because it was self-defense. But then again, she's a rebel, so... I don't think rebels will be looked at too kindly. Anyway, yes, always and forever. And with every breath I take, my darling, I'll be thinking of you. How does the parting happen, like, any other time? if she doesn't have that. Farewell, my darling trust. And Maya's back. High Priest has returned to the Twilight Realm. Maya! I feel great. I guess that means he didn't leave any regrets behind. Oh, but what about the trial, Nick? It's over. It was a sad reality born of love and a great tragedy born of the Defence Culpability Act. Well, I see no need to continue this trial. Does the prosecution have anything to say? Mr. Phoenix Wright. I owe a debt to you, one that I will pay back in court someday. Now to deliver today's verdict and overturn that of yesterday's trial. Mia was a medium herself, so she probably knew how to leave Maya's and Pearl's bodies on her own. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, that's true. Respect all current and previous charges against them. I hereby declare the accused Maya Fey and her defense Phoenix Wright not guilty. Yeah. I love that it does this. It replaces the confetti. It's fucking great. I love it. This game's great. This game's good. I'm enjoying my time with it. I like the story. Yo, 420! May 12th, 4:20 PM. High Court of Karain, accused lobby. So, I was thinking, Nick, the legal system here is really stacked against the defense. It's totally unfair. Yeah, he even forced the High Priest to make the ultimate sacrifice just to protect his wife. It's just so sad. Protect the status quo or join the revolution. If the real Lady Kira were here, I wonder which side she would take. I have a feeling she's going to join the revolution. Or rebels. Your benevolence? Huh? What? I was, just wondering, are you alright? Quiet, you! How can I possibly be alright? Yeah, she's not doing well at all. Who do you think you are, suddenly appearing before me, trampling my insides underfoot and plunging the Hall of Justice into utter chaos? You even desecrated my mother and father's teachings, you soulless infidel! Oof, that was a bit more extreme than usual. Yeah, I was used to nincompoop. What am I to do? I always believed that communing with a victim's mitama would lead me to the absolute truth, but each time you overturn my insights, it was revealed that they served to support false charges rather than the truth. I am left now with that heavy truth in my heart. I'm sorry, Rafa. Perhaps I am not worthy of hearing the voices of the mitama. That's where you're wrong, your benevolence. What? Oh, Maya. Maya? How dare you? Your role is to bring forth the voices of the mitama into our world. If you don't do it, who will? You know nothing, Maya Fey. It was spirit channeling, not a divination seance that brought the truth to light. How dare an outsider like you employ the Queen's secret art? But what can I do? My spiritual power does not even approach yours. Is it not a cruel joke? The royal priestess bested by a lowly outsider? Don't be so hard on yourself. Why not? It is worth at least a laugh or two. You shouldn't talk like that. Huh? Listen, your benevolence. You were just fulfilling your duty, weren't you? And you're the only one capable of performing the divination seance, right? The station of royal priestess is not something to abandon lightly. Station of royal priestess. The people of your kingdom believe in you, but if you really mean all that you just said, then what are they supposed to believe in? You know naught of what you speak. Actually, I kinda do. After all, I'm only here training so I could become the master of my village back home. Village master, you say? I did not know. It seems I owe an apology. For even today, I called you a neophyte practitioner. It's alright, your benevolence. Thank you for finally acknowledging me. Future queen and a future village master? I guess it shouldn't be a surprise, considering they may have had a common ancestor. Maya's right, your benevolence. But barbed head? Your insights were a crucial piece of evidence in this last trial. It doesn't matter if they weren't always 100% accurate. You should be proud of what you did. You played an important role in assuring that justice was served. And besides, your insights aren't the problem here. It's your kingdom's legal system. Without lawyers, your insights have come to be accepted as the sole truth. And the Defense Culpability Act, which gave rise to that, is the root of it all. But that is the dangerous thinking of a rebel! Benevolence. As Crown Princess, you are destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I'm even up to the task. Knowing you, your benevolence, you're more than capable. Never heard Maya talk like this before. She's really come a long way. What the fuck? What was that? It came from the hallway! Smoke! We better go check it out! Hurry! Mrs. Inme! Mr. Wright, Acolyte Faye, I'm so sorry for what transpired. You were almost sentenced to death because of me. Oh shit. I will make amends by picking up where my husband left off. I will see the revolution through so nothing like this can ever happen again. But that is the depth of my love for my dearly departed husband. Oh shit. Lady Inme, we gotta hurry! A voice? Is that Mr. Arable? A rebel? We must tell the people. They must learn that the peace we enjoy is a false one. One built on the backs of innocents charged with false crimes under that odious DC Act. To replace it with the Marvel Act. We have it in our power to forge a society in which the law judges all of us fairly. Hey there, PW! I wish I had more time to talk, but... Dirk! Everything's ready. It's go time. Dirk? Yo, he's got an eye patch! Fucking Marjima, dude. Wait, was that the rebel leader Dirk? After him! Don't let him get away! The power to forge a society in which the law judges all of us fairly. The start of a legal revolution. Hey, Nick. I hate to bother you while you're lost in thought, but I just got this great idea. What is it? The Steel Samurai versus the Rebel Dirk. I better make for another awesome TV show. And if we threw the Plume Punisher in there, everyone would go nuts over it. I'll never get what she sees in those shows. But it's good to know that no matter what happens, Maya will always be Maya. Hey, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. The revolution has begun! There we go, chat. That's the end of episode 3. 3 down, and I guess 3 to go, because we got the bonus one as well. Back to 9. Back to number 9. Turnabout Storyteller! Chat, we will start that tomorrow. Ah yes, Maya wanting an international incident in anime form. Nah, she just was the world's biggest crossover. What's my achievements looking like? Ooh. 24 of 32. Got 8 more left. But yeah, I guess we've got 3 episodes left, including the bonus episode. We will do the bonus episode after we've done all the other ones. But yeah, chat, that's episode 3 done. I guess we're halfway done. Tomorrow we'll start episode 4. About Storyteller, which should be fun. And then, yeah, we'll see how it goes there. We'll probably play, well, we will play more next week. We'll probably get it finished next week if we keep going at this rate. But yeah. I'm enjoying this game, chat. I'm enjoying the story. I think I'm enjoying the story more in this than Dual Destinies, but in I feel like Spirit of Justice has the better overarching story, but Dual Destinies has the better characters. Because I still think Blackwell is a far superior prosecutor to this new one. I really like Blackwell. I really hope we see him again. I really hope we see Blackwell again. I like Blackwell. He was cool. He was like the ultimate edgelord, but he was cool. So, yeah, I do think, again, this one has the better story so far. We'll see how that changes, maybe, with the last, like, episodes. But so far, I am liking the overarching story more. But Dual Destinies, I still think has the better characters. But, you know, it's cool. I think both of them are cool. I mean, there's no, like, Ace Attorney game I've hated so far. I've liked all of them. Just some that I like more than others. But, yeah. I do prefer Blackwell. Blackwell was great. I think Blackwell is my favourite prosecutor out of like the new like trio. Although I did like Gavin as well. Gavin was cool. Gavin was like, he just liked to banter. He liked to banter with Apollo, which was cool. But yeah, carry on with this tomorrow, chat. Hopefully you all join me for that one. Anyway, let's go raid somebody, shall we? Who's live right now? We got Radiant Sword. We'll raid him. He's playing Mario Kart World. People still playing that, huh? Jeez. Anyway, that's it for today. Hopefully you enjoyed today's stream. Hope the rest of your Fridays go well, and hopefully I'll see you all next time. Boop.